My name is Fiona Muller, and I've just stepped into the role of the Dean of the Faculty of Arts and Humanities. And so, on behalf of the Faculty of Arts and Humanities at the University of the Western Cape, I'm really honored to welcome you to this seminar that is an ancillary event leading up to the opening this afternoon of the art exhibition titled "And I, a Newly Evolved Fish," curated by Rory Tsapayi. This event is a joint initiative of our Department of Women's and Gender Studies and the RE-WIRING project, an EU Horizon-funded project that includes a number of other international institutions. The project seeks to rewire institutions to prevent and reverse gender inequalities, catalyze change processes, and actively involve diverse stakeholders in the research process. As such, it opens up research in fundamental ways, expanding the range of what constitutes research and who might constitute a researcher. The exhibition and the discursive reflections of the seminar this morning addresses these questions through a conceptual shift from rewiring to water. I'm sure you were as intrigued as I was about the title of the exhibition, "And I, a Newly Evolved Fish." I discovered when I learned more about the background to the exhibition that the show's title is borrowed from the poem Points of View by Jamaican-British-born poet Lucinda Roy. In the poem, the newly evolved fish represents the speaker's desire for an unalienated and embodied relationship with water. More broadly, it refers to a fundamental idea of the exhibition, that water, being fluid and forceful, is a vector of constant change or evolution. Water connects all life on this blue planet, and humans did indeed evolve from primordial seas. In this way, we are all fish, old, new, and ever evolving. I'm closing the quote there. I shifted from intrigue to curiosity and discovered the multivalent ways in which Roy's poem connects women and children in particular with water, and water with primordial origins that in its fluidity confounds ideas of origins and ends and restrictive binaries of thought and practice. Roy's poem is a watery reflection of hydrofeminism, which is a guiding principle of the seminar and the exhibition that draws on the work of oceanic humanities and feminist scholar Astrid Neimanis. I'll close by reading some extracts from Roy's poem. So the poem is called Points of View. Even now, women bend to rivers or to wells. They scoop up life and offer it to blistered cooking pots. Heavy with light and the brief mosaics of the world, water is carried home. Even now, women bend to see themselves in rivers, or catch unsteady faces in buckets drawn from wells, and water sucks them in, catching the wild geometry of the soul, tossing it onto a plane. The wells are brimming with women's fluid faces. The rivers are alive with women's hands. Reflections savored for a while, then gone. Children will jump from element to element, making paths through air to water, shooting diamond drop along trajectories too long for me to measure. This is water, a new baptism free of metaphor will be mine. Water will be water, and I, a newly evolved fish, will hear the aquabotic rippling of gills. Okay. I think that's a good way to conclude the opening. I'd like to hand over now to Professor Desiree Lewis. So Prof. Lewis is the current head of the Department of Women's and Gender Studies at the University of the Western Cape. She has a long-standing interest in African and South African women's writing, with a recent focus on food studies, where she has headed the Critical Food Studies transdisciplinary project in the Faculty of Arts and Humanities. She has been a visiting professor and visiting academic at a number of very prestigious institutions, and her list of publications is too long to mention individually, so I'll just select a few highlights. In 2021, Prof. Lewis's co-edited anthology, Surfacing on Being Black and Feminist in South Africa, was published by Wits University Press. And this volume, featuring chapters by the most prominent feminist scholars in South Africa today, has gone on to be a kind of primer for anyone researching this area. But probably for me, her work that stands out is Living on the Horizon, Bessie Head and the Politics of Imagining, a deeply engaged exploration of the work of the Southern African writer Bessie Head. In my years of researching the work of African women writers and in supervising postgraduate theses in the areas of various aspects of Black women's writing and feminism, I found it almost impossible for Prof. Lewis's name not to feature very prominently in the works cited list. So I'm handing over now to Prof. Lewis.
Welcome, everybody, and thank you so much. I'm so glad that Fiona started with that, introduced us to the poem, because I think in many ways it communicates so much about how we work, what the focus of today is, in creative ways, in imaginative ways, which is, of course, what the exhibition does. So thank you very much for coming to this, which is actually the first event in our series of events celebrating UWC's Women's and Gender Studies Department. For those who don't know, this exhibition is actually part of quite a few that will run throughout this year and the start of next. And each of the events is actually connected to a kind of a core overarching area that we've been pursuing as students and as staff, and of course in collaboration with others, both in South Africa and beyond. So, and as I say, our hope is that the range of work done by this fairly small and very new department, 30 years old after all, will make audiences aware of the range of what we do. Because I think so often there's a kind of a stereotype notion of what people do in women's and gender studies, you know, and we kind of end up being boxed in. And I know that there was quite a lot of surprise and confusion when this message went around, inviting people to something called "And I, an Evolving Fish." You know, it was just, yeah. But I think that's often what we do. We do very specific things, but we also kind of do things that make us think differently, very, very differently. So the events are also our way of celebrating ourselves. As undergraduates, as postgraduates, many of our postgraduates are here today, and academic staff. We've worked individually with other departments at UWC, other universities in South Africa, and transnationally, which is evidenced in the exhibition and the discussion around it. So there'll be information about the different events. I won't dwell on them here, but please do look out for the invitations. So I don't know if people know, but the department actually began as a program, focusing mainly on postgraduate students, but over the years, it has evolved to include a number of undergraduates. We have undergraduate courses. We remain kind of quite small in terms of staff numbers, but we do quite a lot. Our teaching, research, and supervising have dealt with clearly identifiable socio-political challenges, but they've also expanded into wider epistemological innovation. So in terms of our responses to socio-political justice issues, we've confronted violence against women, normative constructions of gender and sexuality, how gendered hierarchies are always entangled with class, racialized, geopolitical, and other ones. Our work has also addressed masculinities, challenging inequalities in higher education institutions, feminist and decolonial teaching and learning, and the identity struggles of, for example, LGBTQIA+ communities. The focus of much recent work is environmental justice, which has been connected to innovative methodologies and methodological work, hydrofeminism, decolonial feminism, work on the Anthropocene, and critical food studies. Key examples of this recent work are numerous chapters and journal articles by Prof. Schäfer and Bozilik. Is Prof. Bozilik here today? Hello, Vivian. And especially the co-edited book, Hydrofeminist Thinking with Oceans, Political and Scholarly Possibilities. Work in the department has also involved mentoring postgraduates and emerging scholars. An important recent example is the book Feeling Lives, co-edited by Profs. Lindsay Clues and Sisan Gabaza, and collaborators from other universities. And the book Thinking Through Food, published last year, and several journal special issues. Publications in progress will be co-edited by Dr. Rustin and the very many postgraduate students, PhD students, who are now also teaching in the department. So alongside the clearly identifiable topics that I've raised, our teaching and research have also involved visionary explorations of power and new freedoms. As students and staff, we favor writerly, active, and self-consciously positioned work rather than readerly engagements that drown out independent thought and assume that research and writing can be objective or universal. And I think it's the spiraling out that is often missed in many assumptions about what staff and students in the department do. At UWC, and I think at many other academic sites of feminist research and teaching, we work on the specific subjects I've mentioned. But we also constantly ask questions about how to teach, learn, think, and live differently, to go against the grain of heteropatriarchal conditioning, colonial mindsets, binaristic categorizing, and anthropocentric ordering. And this has gone hand in hand with evolving ways to animate our understandings of different worlds and ways of being. And this brings me, in conclusion, to the aptness of our first event, and as this exhibition. The artworks, like many other non-scholarly archives that feminists turn to for inspiration, encourage us to lean in with our sensibilities and intuitive or embodied knowledge, to hear, feel, and know in ways that the academy often teaches us to distrust. Our undergraduate students, our postgraduate students and staff come from a range of disciplines, and from psychology, literary studies, English, history, philosophy. And we also, of course, pursue a wide range of subjects. But what unites us very often, I think, is that we are not only thinkers and activists, and we try and obviously collapse the divide between the two. We are also often dreamers. The elemental, expansive, and constantly moving nature of the ocean, which is one thread in this exhibition and the talk around it, signals this impulse towards dreaming or imagining futures. So on behalf of the department, I want to thank everyone here for being part of this exhibition and the talks, thinking with water, thinking in relation to activism, and also dreaming, imagining freedoms and being guided by the vision that another world is possible. Thank you.
So in a previous life that ended last week, Friday, I was the chair of the Faculty Research Committee and the chair of the Higher Degrees Committee. And so I'd like to attest that the Department of Women's and Gender Studies, they're a small department in terms of staff numbers, but they really punch above their weight level. And they're one of the departments that every year produces a research report that is so impressive. I mean, it's more like the research report of a center, CHR, and than a small department in the faculty. So thank you, Women's and Gender Studies, for all the work that you have done with postgrad students and with your outputs. So I'd like to introduce now Professor Linda Senden. I actually haven't met her yet, so I'm not sure. Okay, there we go. So I'd like to introduce Prof. Linda Senden, and she's going to tell us a little bit more about the rewiring project into which this exhibition and the work of women's and gender studies fits. So Prof. Linda Senden is the principal investigator of the interdisciplinary and international Rewiring Horizon Europe project. This is a 3-year EU-funded project on realizing women's inclusion, representation, and empowerment, and this exhibition is a part of that project. Linda currently holds the chair in European law at Utrecht University and is the co-director of the interdisciplinary Utrecht University Gender, Diversity and Global Justice Platform since 2018, and she's also the specialist coordinator of the gender stream of the European Equality Law Network. She's published widely on different issues regarding gender equality, including on equal pay, positive action, gender-balanced company boards, equal access to goods and services, algorithmic discrimination, and enforcement. Prof. Senden, I welcome you to the podium.
I can only say it's such a huge pleasure for me to be here today. It's like I cannot even somehow realize I'm actually here, because the Rewiring project, I will share some thoughts with you on, how this project come into being. And of course, what it is about. But we started thinking about this project back in 2021, when there was a call under the European Union's major research program, which is called Horizon Europe. And there was a call for proposals, for interdisciplinary proposals on gender equality, but specifically focusing on the position of girls and women. And the way in which the call was drafted was actually so fitting in with the interdisciplinary collaboration we started already in Utrecht, as you mentioned, back in 2017, 2018, where with, let's say, people from gender studies, social sciences, history, political science, law, we were working already on developing a kind of interdisciplinary methodology. And we thought, well, this is a chance we should not miss out on and develop a proposal. So we submitted it in 2022. No, actually, I think we submitted it in 2022. It was, to our great surprise, awarded, because it's, as you may know, also a bit of a lottery, this process. And we could start actually the work in 2023. So who is in the Rewiring project? When I talk about we, who is we? So Utrecht University is the leading university, but apart that we have the University of the Western Cape, here with Tammy Scheffer as the work lead of one of the work packages she will talk about later on. And I think here we can also see how important it is that there was already kind of an ongoing collaboration, because Tammy was already very much engaged with Rosemarie Buikema, our professor of gender studies, who was one of the co-directors of our interdisciplinary platform. But aside that, we have the University of Gdansk in Poland, University of Deusto in Bilbao, Spain, University of Portsmouth in the UK, and the University of Leuven in Belgium. And we have also one non-university partner, which is the Center for Inclusive Leadership. And we have about 45 researchers in the project. We counted that we have 15 nationalities in it, of which 6 are non-EU nationalities. And we had about 12, 13 different disciplines, as I already kind of mentioned, represented in the project. So, and where do we want to go with the project? You explained already a bit the rewiring. So we thought of this acronym. It stands for Realizing Girls and Women's Inclusion, Representation and Empowerment. But for me, the acronym has also to express basically already in one word, what is the project about? So really we aim at rewiring institutions towards a transformative equality approach. And it's based on the presumption that all institutions are somehow gendered, having a gender impact, consciously, unconsciously, but a lot of data we have on different types of institutions. And we can say, well, some of these wires, let's say, are visible. I always like the iceberg. We see a lot of things that are out of in the open, but a lot of the iceberg, of course, is underneath the surface. And we think about the symbolism of the wires, the wiring. I mean, we can look and see in this building, I mean, we see certain wires are visible and are out there. We can plug them, unplug them. But, you know, the complexity of the building, of the institution as such, I mean, it's behind the walls, in the ceilings, in the floors, etc. And if you really bring them out in the open, you can also see the complexity of it. So we really want to look at all these wires, basically. Visible ones, invisible ones, the formal ones, you know, the laws, the rules, the policies, procedures. I'm a lawyer, I mean, so I'm very much focused on that, but I'm also very much focused on the informal rules and policies, and those that, you know, are the, let's say, representing behavioral rules and patterns within institutions. So how do these work on the ground, let's say? So we look at the institutional level, so these formal rules and also informal rules, but very much also the experiential level. What is happening within these institutions and what kind of, you know, patterns, structures, mental behaviors are really guiding or making up the institution, you could say. And then, of course, on the symbolical level, we also are very much focusing on what is the narrative, what is the discourse that is going on within these institutions, what is the language that is used, how, you know, are gender roles also portrayed, let's say, in the daily space that you encounter. So this institutional, experiential, and symbolical level is key to the whole project. So when we look at the wires of institutions, we look at these three dimensions and we say, well, you can only have effective transformative change if you work on those three dimensions simultaneously, because only pulling at 1 or 10 wires will not do the trick. You will have to look at the whole system. So, and this means that each wire, I think, somehow is responsible for what the system is, and each wire needs, let's say, consideration, reflection on how to change it. And so we also thrive in the project very much on the notion of human agency, that everyone within institutions has a role to play. So we don't want to, let's say, look at women and girls as victims, but also as human agents to bring change. But it's for everyone within these institutions can, let's say, make that institution also a site of transformation. And I think actually, as Lwando explained it, I think at some point when you were in Utrecht or we had an online meeting about this place, I think that's so symbolic actually for the whole project to have this meeting here, this seminar and the exhibition, because I think what you shared about the history, this is a site of transformation, and it's, I think, really alluding to the dreams you were also saying, well, it shows that change is possible. And it also really makes us think within the project, what can each of us do basically today to pull and discuss and debate these wires. I have no clue about time, but I will speed up a bit, I think. So there are different domains we focus on in the project. So Tammy is in charge of representation in media, art, culture, but we also have laws and policies specifically that we look at, women in decision-making, employment and enterprise, and education. And we also have a crisis perspective in the project. So we look also at issues of climate change, health, and the financial area. And I think what we have produced, I don't know, I didn't look at the number of deliverables. We think and work in terms of deliverables, which is a bit crazy, but that's EU speak, let's say. But we have really different types of deliverables. I think they range really from developing different types of methodologies in these different domains, so specific methodologies, well, an overall, let's say, three-dimensional methodology. But we also really work on delivering practical toolkits, so co-creation, involvement, engagement with a lot of stakeholders, actually, as you know, we do here, with also, I think creating exhibitions is an example of this, but we also really want to present these alternative narratives. And so we have 5 exhibitions in the project. And I think for me, that's one of the biggest rewards in the project, to see these exhibitions we thought of a few years ago on paper, to actually see them now and to feel, you know, the energy that comes of it, I think is amazing. So I should say also, as a last point on the methodology, I think what is also very, let's say, having very great added value is that besides the 3 dimensions, so we also have this crisis dimension, the human agency, the co-creation, but also the fact that we specifically include intersectional, cross-cultural, and decolonial perspective. So to have the global north and the global south dimension in it, I think is very important to the project. I should say, well, it was part of the call, and here I think it's also, I think for me, demonstrating still how colonial logics are working in the context of the EU. Africa was put in the call as an overarching perspective to be taken, but there was no explanation whatsoever what that was supposed to mean. I tried to get clarity when we were writing the proposal. What does that mean? What do you want with having an African perspective included? What do you expect? Nobody could actually tell us. So we thought about it, you know, we designed it in the way we did. We actually got we missed out a half a point on the full, let's say you could have 15 points, we got 14.5, and they actually detracted 0.5 because they thought the African dimension was not so well developed. So it's just to show you, you know, how these processes work, which was crazy, I thought. But I think what we see now, and this is for me something that I also want to highlight, it's not just about the rewiring of the institutions. I think what this project is bringing, I think it's the rewiring of scholarship, of knowledge building, as you said, of mutual learning, which I think is really very key and so valuable of this project. So to have the collaboration with your university in this project has really, I think, brought the colonial perspective to life. And it really helps, I think, the scholars from the global north to actually see where do problems lie. What I learned from it, looking at laws and policies, in the Netherlands and in the EU, we talk about feminist foreign policy. I feel ashamed of that because the word feminist is not used in relation to any interior policies. We don't talk about interior feminist policies because people would really object to that. It's not a positive word actually in the interior context, but we think it's appropriate apparently to use that and do that in the external sphere. So let me conclude and say, well, for me, I think this whole project is really an extraordinary journey. Well, not just because it's academically so, stimulating, but it's also because of the scholars and the collaboration that we have in the project. I think so we are weaving, I think, new academic wires across cultures, across disciplines, and I think it really brings us out of our comfort zone, and I think that's very key for transformation. You have to get out of your comfort zone and do new things. So the mutual learning, I think, that we have is great. And for me, one of the key takeaways also for the project and for feeding back into the funding body is, well, this mutual learning should really be much more a two-way street. The academic mobility in the project, I really want to highlight, is also devastating how badly it's organized. So there is an expectation to take Africa on board, but the EU is not facilitating African scholars really to come to Europe to do the work. The fact that we had one of the postdocs putting in 2 years of work here and only be able to travel to Utrecht in July of this year, it's shameful. And this is what we need to change and also, let's say, put back in the EU system. Well, that's where you need the rewiring and really see what we can learn from the global south and how it can help us really bring transformation. So, to really conclude, I see there is also a great connection to the theme of this exhibition, because I think it's because of the flexibility in the researchers' theme, let's say what everyone brings to the table. It's also the fluidity, I would say, that is really there and needed to make the project really advance in the way it does. So, and let's say we also had the let's say, to swim quite a bit upstream, I would say, in this project. But at the same time, I think we are also creating some new waves that can really bring some transformation. And I think it's really also thanks to the South African team. I really want to thank Tammy. Ajo, I don't see, where is Ajo? Fully in the back. Ajo, Lwando, Bali, Friday, Janine, Alexis, Rory. Am I missing someone? I hope not. But I think it's really thanks to your team that we are here today and having this seminar and the celebration of the exhibition. As I said, well, really, really thank you so much for your relentless dedication to the project and bringing it to this stage. Thank you.
Prof. Senden, thank you so much for your commitment to UWC and to Africa more generally. And also thank you for the revealing insights into the project and also the critical observations of some of the shortcomings of the project. I think that is quite important. So, I know that usually the acronyms of EU projects are usually just sort of quite unpronounceable, but in this case, rewiring is amazing. It's the imagery and the whole concept. It all just works together so well. Thank you for that. So I'd like to introduce now Prof. Tammy Scheffer. Prof. Scheffer is a senior professor of women's and gender studies in our faculty, where she's been based for 30 years. So she's as old as the department is. She was the former Deputy Dean of Teaching and Learning for the faculty from 2012 to 2015, and was the director of the Women's and Gender Studies program for 10 years before it became a fully fledged department. She has been NRF rated for over 22 years, most recently as a B1 researcher. and has been appointed to ASIF, the Academy of Sciences of South Africa, and she's currently on ASAF's Humanities Standing Committee. Prof. Sheffer has published widely, including 2 co-authored monographs. She's co-edited 9 edited volumes. She's guest edited 12 special editions of journals and published 168 articles in peer-reviewed journals or books, with a total of 198 publications. Yeah, so when I grow up, I'll have so many publications. She's widely connected and known internationally, having collaborated on many international and local research projects, and she's been invited to diverse national and international universities, including visiting fellowships, lectureships, teaching, and residencies. So Prof. Sheffer is going to tell us a little bit more about this particular arm of the project, the exhibition itself and the work of transformation that it brings.
Why we think with water is because it does something more than the intellectual narrative of the academy. It moves us, we feel, and I think Desiree put that so beautifully earlier on. And I feel so moved today. I feel like it brings together so many of my investments, emotionally, intellectually, politically. And this is just so very special. So I almost feel like weeping, but it's really wonderful to have everybody here, and very big welcome. Thanks to Linda for providing the review of the project, the Rewiring project. And I just wanted to speak a little bit more about our component, which is in the symbolic terrain, which is about, in fact, we focus mostly on media and looking at how media continues to bolster and reproduce gender binaries and intersecting gender binaries with other forms of inequality and othering. And that level has really been what we focused on, and the art exhibition has been one component. And as Linda said, there have been 5 different exhibitions. We have the catalogues of some of those upstairs in our library. So the Good Mom, Bad Mom exhibition in Utrecht was at the Centraal Museum in Utrecht, is about showing how motherhood is demonized, is set up as either idealized or demonized, and this in ways in which femininity is always othered, and how that is raced and classed as well, and shaped by all other forms of inequality. So, but I wanted to say a little bit about our exhibition, and later in the day, Lwando will talk about that as well. And of course, we're going to be walking about our exhibition and seeing a lot more. But just to say that the component of the deliverable of gender and the media was strongly directed towards the domain of the symbolic and towards documenting how gender and intersecting forms of difference and inequality are reproduced, bolstered, legitimized at the level of the media, of the symbolic, and how equally this terrain may serve to disrupt binaries and normativities and open up alternative imaginaries of what is possible to live healthy, ethical, gendered, and other intersecting forms of life. So with the rest of the assignments, as I mentioned, we focus very much on media, but a key component has been to conceptualize, plan, and implement exhibitions. And we were really excited about this, and I must say that we do in the Academy a lot of planning and organising of events. And we have hosted exhibitions at UWC, and we do one every year, a photo voice from our third-year students. But I don't think I've certainly never done anything of this nature, and I think for Lwando and I and Rory is much more skilled, but it was such a learning curve. And, there's so many different layers, but I think very rewarding once one gets through the challenges and the trauma. But, so what we wanted to, we were tasked with bringing this artistic intervention together that would trouble continued gender binaries, call out recalcitrant exclusionary practices and narratives, and promote alternative representations and imaginaries. We wanted to approach our particular exhibition in a way that was also true to, as Desiree outlined so well, our decolonial feminist and our queer project in women's and gender studies and in CHR. And since some of us were already thinking with bodies of water and oceans towards gender, social, and environmental justice, and how these are all entangled with each other, it seemed opportune to engage this watery lens, which has also been termed, as already been mentioned quite a bit, a hydrofeminist lens. Hydrofeminism, as Fiona mentioned, is a term coined by Strida Nemanis, and it's a body of feminist thinking that draws on ecofeminisms, also post-humanisms, new materialisms, decolonial and indigenous feminisms. Strida deploys a long feminist tradition, which is to think with a feminist figuration, which in hydrofeminism is to think with bodies of water. So if we can think of ourselves as a body of water, which of course we are 70% water, like all other living creatures, then we can realize the permeability of our skins and the porosity of our lives. As Strida puts it, we are all bodies of water with pumped up vulnerabilities, leaking, sponging, sloshing, dripping, sipping. In this moment of realizing the permeability of our membranes and how our connectedness to a shared hydrocommons, we also have to face how that shared hydrocommons is dangerously contaminated, and how we as humans are implicated through our dominating capitalist scene and Anthropocene habits of extractivism. Of course, we are also implicated differently and will always be affected, already are affected differently, since those with resources and privileges are far better positioned to protect themselves from climate disasters, to take one example. So the hydrofeminist call is to think with water, to ask the body of water we are addressing, what does it tell us about our histories, our presents, our futures? It is, of course, a ontological project, and I know that Hugo Canham will be talking more about that later. And in South Africa, we cannot think about oceans and beaches without thinking of centuries of colonization, slavery, also centuries of sexual violence against women and children, and of course, more recent decades of apartheid that forcibly removed so many communities from ocean areas and excluded so many from beaches, a history of exclusion that bleeds into the present, as our exhibition shows. It is also a project that recognizes the power of art and creativity, a long commitment in decolonial feminist thinking and practice, of course. And notably, hydrofeminist work is inspired and inspiring much creativity and artistic work. Bronwyn Bailey Charteris, for example, has just launched a recent book, talks about hydro-artistic methods, mirroring many feminist traditions of embodied, affective, aesthetic, and other creative ways of making and sharing knowledge. There is a growing effort to generate and think with watery art, and I think our exhibition is one example. As Strida Nemanis reiterates, perhaps by imagining ourselves as irreducibly watery, as literally part of global hydrocommons, we might locate new creative resources for engaging in more just and thoughtful relations with the myriad bodies of water with whom we share this planet. So in our exhibition, we wanted to exhibit and think with artists in our local, national, and Southern African context that were already engaging with bodies of water and the liminal spaces of beaches and land around those waters, to challenge gender and entangled binaries and violences. More about the exhibition, of course, I mentioned, will be shared when curator Rory Tsapayi dialogues with two of the artists, and we'll of course share more in the opening, and the proof, of course, is in the exhibition itself and the stories that it tells. So in finishing, I just want to make two final points about the goals of the project and about our particular exhibition. Firstly, this exhibition is a part of larger efforts in Women's and Gender Studies, the Centre for Humanities Research, and many other academic, activist, and public spaces that are trying to challenge the persistent logics of capital, patriarchy, and coloniality through engaging affect, embodiment, and relationality in our knowledge making, and will become ever more which continue to dominate and in fact are proliferating in the neoliberal university. In fact, we're even working within such a neoliberal project, the rewiring, notwithstanding our critiques. But these logics will become ever more brutal in the growing authoritarianism and totalitarianism that we are facing in our current dystopic current and future. Secondly, the exhibition is a part of far larger efforts to challenge normative gender binaries and to expose how these are a part of larger normativities, an entangled set of logics and inherited truths of how to be and how to live as humans with each other, but also with other species and the planet in general. Through thinking oneself as water, through thinking with artists that are working with water, we hopefully can begin to occupy a political imaginary which appreciates and recognizes our entanglements while not erasing differences, and therefore responsibility, and as some of us like to talk about, responsibility, the capacity to respond for this contaminated hydrocarbons. Our hope is to gesture to the growing sense of urgency and the groundswell of diverse, multiple, and many creative efforts to radically revise our ways of thinking and living. Thank you.
I'd like now to invite Professor Premesh Lalu to come and deliver the lecture, the official lecture that is going to open the exhibition. Premesh Lalu is the founding director of the Center for Humanities Research at UWC and the principal investigator of the DSTI NRF flagship. Lalu is widely regarded as a leading humanities scholar in South Africa and abroad. He has lectured in more than 50 universities internationally, served on several international humanities boards, including the Consortium for Humanities Centers and Institutes, and published in some of the leading journals in the field. His book, Undoing Apartheid, published by Polity Press in 2022, formed the conceptual basis for the establishment of UWC's Iyatsiba Lab, the place we find ourselves in today. It exposes the deceptive plot of petty apartheid, which together with grand apartheid created cybernetic modes of power in which South Africans appear to be perpetually trapped. It seems especially apt that someone who understands the terrestrial entrapments of apartheid so intimately should open this exhibition, pointing at a contrasting existence where the vastness, the openness and power of the ocean and water worlds embody the fluidity, the ebbs and flows of concepts and identities. So, Prof. Lalu.
Thank you very much for this invitation, and what a wonderful occasion to have all of you here to celebrate a very important intervention in the life of our university, but also in thinking about what it might offer us as we think ahead. And I suppose what I want to present to you is perhaps an account of my own engagements with what I call feminist strategies in thinking about the humanities, and perhaps to see whether that might get us out of some of the aporias and logjams that we find ourselves in the contemporary. So there's little doubt that the cause of the humanities was profoundly redirected by the feminist interventions that overhauled French theory in the late 1960s. It was certainly how we at the Center for Humanities Research approached the question of post-apartheid desire at an institutional site of apartheid's making. Our inquiry was inaugurated with a transoceanic and transhemispheric novel in an antique land by Amitav Ghosh. The novel's confluence of scholar and nameless slave opened onto the horizon of subaltern studies, particularly the debate between Gayatri Spivak and Ranajit Guha about the value of feminist critique for a subaltern perspective of the post-colonial world. At the time of the CHR's formation, and tasked with finding our way through the mists of post-colonial theory in search of a post-apartheid desire, Deepa Mehta's film Water serendipitously pointed us in a new direction towards a further shore. Post-colonial theory, it seemed, had conscripted the subaltern as both subject and agent of history, simultaneously purporting to serve narratives of resistance and the critique of imperial reason. Feminist criticism taught us to doubt this masculinist feat and to search for another way out of this double bind of nation and empire. To view Mehta's film was to encounter a seam of history being ripped apart to make way for another desire. I just want to show you a short clip so that you get a feel for this film, which is an evocative rendering.
बिटिया, याद है बिटिया, जिससे तुम्हारा ब्याह हुआ था, वो नदी के भेंट चढ़ चुका है, अब तुम विधवा हो गई हो। पुरानी परंपराएं, अंधविश्वास सब टूट रहे हैं।
लेकिन जो अच्छी चीजें हैं उनको तो नहीं बदलना चाहिए।
और कौन तय करेगा क्या अच्छा है क्या बुरा?
आप
चन 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 गूंजेगी आज मुरली की धुन मन मगन मगन हो करके आज नाचे बिरहन के साथ साथ के आयो रे वो मांगी सकी।
फिर भी कभी विश्वास मत खोना, विश्वास मत खोना।
Mehta's Water, the third in a cinematic trilogy shaped by the elements, the other being earth and fire, brings to the fore the complex feminist negotiations of post-colonial frames. With echoes of Lata Amani's work on the debate involving British colonial and Indian nationalist attitudes to practices of widow immolation or sati, Mehta's Water poses very stark questions about discerning the most effective feminist strategy for thinking post-coloniality beyond nationalism. Mehta's turn to the figure of widowhood, that in this instance results from child marriage, suggested that feminism demanded more political vitality from subalternity than simply a critique of nationalism. Her argument tallies with Gayatri Spivak's caution against glib claims of representation that restores agency only to strip the subject of intellection, leading to nostalgic constructions of agency. The post-colonial predicament signaled by Spivak and others challenged the transcendental promise of emancipatory politics by placing the very subject of resistance in nationalist narration in question. The lesson was learnt. Spivak's use of a strategic essentialism could only work in favor of subaltern subjects if accompanied by a scrupulous disclosure of political interest. Recall how she pits the meaning ascribes to Bun Bunashwari's suicide by patriarchal and colonial power against the agency ascribed to the subject of discourse in the Euro-American episteme. By shining a light on the investigating subject, Spivak's ethical injunction advances a feminist strategy of learning to learn while simultaneously unlearning the privilege to speak for the subaltern. Spivak's Can the Subaltern Speak seemed to raise a pertinent question of conceptualizations of gendered readings of South African historiography by asking for greater contestation over mediation and meaning. There is a marked distinction between Spivak's Can the Subaltern Speak on the one hand, and on the other, Helen Bradford and Patricia van der Spey's respective inquiries into androcentric tendencies in South African historiography that recapitulated the Nongqawuse story, so-called cattle-killing prophecy of 1856 and 1857, and the Galant Rebellion of 1825. Each establishes difference to craft a gendered agency obscured by androcentric tendencies in historiography. For Spivak, by contrast, the potential of feminist strategies lay in exceeding a predetermined idea of sexual difference between man and woman that could also recharge the struggle against race and class differentiation. It was this translation of feminism into a critique of race that drew me to Spivak's feminist strategy in forays into a tragedy of a subaltern's suicide at the slave lodge in the Dutch period at the Cape in 1671, a story I was determined to tell to commemorate the suicide of a friend in 1998, 4 years after the end of apartheid. The essay that became Sarah's suicide returned frequently to haunt a desire for exiting a university founded in the name of apartheid, much like the figure in Zoe Wickham's Clearing in the Bush from her novella You Can't Get Lost in Cape Town, who seeks to escape the campus to avoid being caught in the indecision between study and revolt. But writing about Sarah from an institutional site of a historically black university created to serve the interests of apartheid begged the question of the ends to which she would be recuperated. Would the gesture of her recovery not merely reinscribe her marginality in a racialized complex of knowledge and power? Sarah's suicide is an essay that contends with this institutional inheritance by asking how the subject that entered the archive as an alleged criminal, so named by Dutch colonial officials, arrives in the present of the post-apartheid as a subject endowed with the qualities of resistance. My argument was that the gendered experience of subalternity was effectively elided in her conscription to nationalist narration, such that references to concubinage, violence, trauma, and sentience were thoroughly evacuated by the institutional mechanisms which mediated the archival fragment through which she was brought to the attention of the discourse of history. This institutional reading of subalternity drew inspiration from Spivak's Can the Subaltern Speak. At its core was an opportunity to explore the question of mediation as an inseparable agency, as Raymond Williams puts it in an entry in Keywords, in the process of what I will call the subjection of agency. This was where power was set to work, as Foucault tells us, and where it might be contested by feminist strategies. So there's much going on in Spivak's Can the Subaltern Speak. I don't need to rehearse that with this audience, but I suspect that reading has been far too easy and far too hasty, and I think there's something going on in the work that she wants us to think about and why that essay has stayed with us for so long. There's something about its persistence, about its own haunting in the ways we come to think about subalternity. So what separated Spivak from her South African contemporaries was the insistence on a theory of mediation. Benevolent gestures, as she puts it in her more recent Aesthetic Education in the Era of Globalization, of emancipation invariably tended to reinscribe subalternity. So there's a circular causality at work in the way in which an earlier nationalist framing of resistance returns the subject to positions of subalternity. And there's this loop that I think we in South Africa are beginning to see as the invariable and inevitable ways in which we are conscripted to a circular causality. So the effort of feminist scholars would be to drive a concept of subalternity beyond the mark of mere difference towards a politics of the materialization of difference, one that raised the stakes of a feminist critique beyond the call for mere inclusion or heroic opposition. Spivak's theoretical move in respect of subalternity echoed the existentialist orientation that Judith Butler brought to debates in American and French feminism, where she pressured a move beyond the politics of standpoint. Her cautionary essays titled Spivak's French Theory in an International Frame and French Feminism Revisited shares Butler's concern with the pending stasis into which French feminism and French theory were leading. And I want to just footnote this point because I suspect that reading along this grain, we might find a way to think about how it is that a circular causality is also what presents itself in our attempts to constitute a post-apartheid as a desire after the wretched scripts that we've inhabited from apartheid. The epigraph to chapter 1 of Gender Trouble that cites Monique Wittig The category of sex is the political category that found society as heterosexual, compels Butler to inquire into the political stakes of the shift from difference feminism to a more materialist feminist approach. Lisa Dish reminds us that Butler's relationship to Wittig is complex, extending one hand to Wittig as ally while pushing away with the other. If I was to extract a salient point from this complex reworked terrain in French theory, inaugurated by a feminist strategy, I would say that Butler makes common cause with Wittig's effort to disrupt heterosexuality from within, rather than seek a non-existent ground to try to get outside of its normativities. Here, Wittig is in league with Butler, but also Spivak, in their bid to pry open a space for feminist materiality in French theory, to counter intractable oppressive forms of difference. Butler's modification, however, troubles the heroic outcomes of Wittig's investments in the agent, asking us to attend to the double binds of the subject-agent relation as a site of contestation. So this essay by Wittig, written in 1984 in Feminist Issues, is an iconic text. And if, for those of you who don't know it, it's worth going back to it, because what Wittig does is invoke the project she introduces the Trojan horse into the midst of a kind of heteronormative institutional mechanism. And so to counter mere sexual difference, she brings the Trojan horse to the contest to shatter the heteronormative associations between woman and slave that produce natural mandates that sanction relations of oppression. Lisa Dish tells us that Butler's gender trouble might ultimately be read as expressing skepticism with this agenda, that Wittig slips into a nostalgia for the agent derived from a humanism, and that dehistoricizes and obscures the processes by which the subject becomes an agent. And so it's that little ellipsis between subject and agent that I think one has to draw out in both Spivak and Butler's readings of French feminism and its moment in the kind of emergence of French theory. In my own work, Sarah's Suicide, The Deaths of Hinsa, the figure of subalternity that emerges from the debate on the shift from difference feminism to feminist materiality has allowed me to track the process by which a subject becomes an agent. In constituting thus a humanities inquiry at the heart of a university established as a racialized construct of apartheid's modernization project, I've often found myself pondering how far we have come precisely because of the shifts mooted in relation to difference feminism and feminist materiality. That working out has given us much to work with in the academy, but not sufficiently allowed us to transform or translate this into the rewiring of the academy, as I hope we will get to in these proceedings. I think it is safe to say that in the Center for Humanities Research, we have effectively sought to model a critique of race on discursive shifts brought about by feminist critique, to inhabit the institutional space of a historically black university by disavowing its foundations in racial logics. Like Wickham's clearing in the bush, our efforts have been met with mixed blessings, lost in the mire of a divided city such as Cape Town and beholden to the wretched scripts of apartheid that appear as the intractable barriers to the birth of a post-apartheid future. Perhaps on the shores of politics now, as Rancière puts it, we too have turned to the vastness of the sea that lies at our doorstep. In a recent book titled Undoing Apartheid, I emphasize the link made by the Greeks between theory and theater, theasomai, as a way of beholding, not unlike the injunctions issued by Gayatri Spivak and Judith Butler, who have taught us to swim against the currents of a modernity at sea, caught in the ebbs and flows of the mediations between subjects and agents. Those who have held to the promise of the humanities will need to learn from the feminist strategies of inhabiting the double binds of post-colonial being. To be adrift in uncharted waters, a post-colonial feminist humanities teaches us to let the misfits of the text lead the way in the hope of reaching a further shore. And I know the word misfit is probably not what you want to be called in this day and age, particularly in the academy where everybody is a professor of this and a professor of that. But you could be a Professor Misfit, and I think the Professor Misfit should lead the way. But there's something to be said about the misfits. I mean, this is not my term. It comes from Spivak in that wonderful essay in which he asks for the misfits to lead the way. And I think there's something to be said about courting this idea of the misfit. So guided by the intuition of subalterns to behold, and that's the proposition that I think is at work in the story of Bhunashwari's suicide in Can the Subaltern Speak, or the work that Judith Butler is performing in Gender Troubles, is this idea of anticipating, of thinking what lies ahead, of thinking that question, what is a thinking ahead? I too there, with colleagues that have worked strenuously in articulating shifts from mere difference to thinking about questions of feminist materiality, found solace in the lines from Seamus Heaney, his Cure at Troy in particular, written for Nelson Mandela as he stepped out of prison in 1990. So the book Undoing Apartheid draws on Heaney's Cure at Troy, and it's a wonderful reworking of the Sophoclean tragedy, Philoctetes. And what Heaney is asking for is for us to think about the choices we make when we think about the prospects of freedom, the desire for freedom, which is such an overriding desire, particularly at a university such as ours, sometimes leads to hasty decisions and hasty conclusions. And Heaney, in his very measured tone, asks us to think with the poetic, to think a little bit more carefully about what it means to want and desire freedom. And so these famous lines, which you've heard before, is what he offers on that occasion of Mandela's release from prison. Human beings suffer. They torture one another. They get hurt and get hard. No poem or play or song can fully right a wrong, inflicted and endured. The innocent in jails beat on their bars together. A hunger striker's father stands in the graveyard dumb. The police widow in Wales faints at the funeral home. History says, don't hope on this side of the grave. But then, once in a lifetime, the longed for tidal wave of justice can rise up, and hope and history rhyme. And this is the point I really want to get to. So hope for a great sea change. On the far side of revenge, believe that further shore is reachable from here. Believe in miracle and cure and healing wells. Now, Heaney's project in the Cure at Troy is to suggest that the choices we make in the face of freedom are going to be difficult. And that what perhaps we might draw out of this vast network of thinking, this rewiring that has been underway in feminist theory and in developing a feminist strategy, is another way to think about the reaching of a further shore. And so this is not the shore that lies immediately in wake, or the catastrophic and cataclysmic ways in which the oceans have been represented to us in a European aesthetic modernity. I'm thinking here of Francis Danby's painting called The Deluge, done in 1840. And Danby himself, an Irish painter who ended up in London, was an anti-abolitionist. But if you view that painting, can I just show that image? You'll see the catastrophic ways in which the ocean got represented in the era of and the onset of European colonization. That's Danby's painting. I've had a fascination with an earlier work called The Opening of the Sixth Seal, which was mutilated, as some of you know, as when someone walked into the gallery and cut out the slave from the canvas. This is a second painting that I've been trying to contemplate, and with this conference I thought, what an appropriate way to show the distinctions of the way the oceans get constituted in our imaginaries. And so from the 1840s and right through the modernities we've inhabited, in all the catastrophic ways we've come to imagine that modernity, it is the image of the apocalyptic sublime that is an overriding feature of our imaginary structure. What Heaney has offered us is another way to think about that that oceanic feeling, is another way to approach the ocean, to ask for a further shore. And so at the end of the book, I draw on Hini again in that from that same work, The Cure at Troy, with these following lines. I have opened the closed road between the living and the dead to make the right road clear to you. This is the voice of Hercules. Now, here on earth, my labors were the stepping stones to upper air. Lives that suffer and come to right are backlit by immortal light. So let my mind light up your mind. You must see straight and turn around. You must complete your oath-bound cause. You cannot yet return to Syracuse. Go, Philoctetes, with this boy. Go and be cured and capture Troy. Asclepius will make you whole, relieve your body and your soul. Go with your bow, conclude the sore and cruel stalemate of our war. Win by fair combat, but know to shun reprisal killings when that's done. Then take just spoils and sail at last out of the bad dream of your past. Make sacrifice, burn spoils to me, shoot arrows in my memory. And Neoptolemus, you must be his twin in arms and archery, marauding lions on that shore, Troy's nemesis and last nightmare. But when the city's being sacked, preserve the shrines, show God's respect, reverence for the gods survives our individual mortal lives. That, of course, is Hini giving us the general tropes of a nationalist framing, a masculinist, hyper-masculinist narrative of victory over Troy. But then Hini turns to the shore. Now it's high water mark, and flood tide in the heart, and time to go. The sea nymphs in the spray will be the chorus now. What's left to say? Suspect too much sweet talk, but never close your mind. It was a fortunate wind that blew me here. I leave half ready to believe that a crippled trust might walk, and the half-true rhyme is love. I want to draw your attention to how poignant that framing of a post-colonial moment looked like in 1990, when Mandela exited prison in this country, when the Berlin Wall fell, and when Hini wrote those lines in anticipation of an end to a world built around partition. And to think again about how that world has become even more partitioned in the aftermath of the end of the Cold War. I want to suggest that perhaps it is within the realms of a feminist strategy, one worked out for us, given to us as a way to think beyond the relationship of difference in subject and agent to how subjects become agents, to think again about how the question of agency is not given to us in advance, that there is no heroic structure to the concept of agency, other than one that needs to be worked, reworked, and worked over. And it is that, perhaps, post-colonial proposition that came out of a feminist intervention that we have to hold on to, that Europe and its epistemes will not be able to fulfill the promise of the Enlightenment, that in fact it is the subaltern gesture, that it is a rendering of the feminine, of feminist theory and feminist strategy threaded through the post-colonial predicament that will at last offer us an opportunity to sail to the further shores of freedom. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Wowed into silence. And I'm actually, it's very funny that the puppets and the scene of them coming up the slope reminds me of Ice Age, a movie my daughter used to love when she was little.
Yeah.
And it's just this, the shock of then being met with melting away. And what does it mean then when we are currently as bodies of water and if we connect ourselves to the ocean and connect our bodies to the earth, what does it mean then if the earth is melting away?
Yeah, it's a great question. I should say that Ukwanda insists, and Sipokazi Mpofu in particular, one of the three people who work in the laboratory downstairs, these prototypes were prepared downstairs in this laboratory, and we think alongside the work of the hand that is available through this laboratory intervention, who'd insist that they don't make Disney animals, and that what you're dealing with here is sentience. And in the work that we're doing in the center, which I think, also derives from an encounter with Judith Butler's Census of the Subject, an early text, is to think what the sensory order came to mean in oppressive post-colonial or colonial situations. And here, just very quickly to mark this out for you, there is a long underbelly to the history of apartheid that we've not accounted for, and that is its work on the sensory. And in my own work, as Fiona was saying when she introduced me, that I've been saying that Verwoerd's training and this dissertation he wrote on the blunting of emotions was deeply influenced by the emergence of a discipline called psychophysics and psychotechnics. In fact, the lab in Stellenbosch University that R.W. Wilcox set up, many of you have heard me go on and on about this, was the lab it was modeled on the lab in Leipzig by Wilhelm Wundt. So the work of the sensory of the aesthetic is not simply available to you, because we do pass through 100 years of an aesthetic ideology. I mean, fascism is marked by the way in which it mobilizes aesthetic forms to subject populations. And we see that underway again now, that the sensory has become conscripted to a sensory order. That's not coincidental, by the way, because Friedrich Hayek's book is called The Sensory Order, written in 1952, but in 1920 he's responding to the same people that Verwoerd is being educated by, called The Sensory Order, an essay. So there's a genealogy here that would make that relation between subject and age and quite unstable. And the way in which we've translated in this country the concept of difference, without asking what a concept of difference might be that is not apartheid's difference, has become a very troubling feature, I think, of a political landscape. So the first point of call is to ask what a sensory order does to the work of the aesthetic. Then, from there, we've got to think again about how you exit an apocalyptic sublime, because what it's given us is a sense of an encrusted memory, if you like. And so this is where I'm pointing to the shifts that were inaugurated in French theory by feminist strategies. I've used two examples, Spivak and Butler, but both of them have tried to ask where the political falls in the realm of a kind of onward desire of freedom and so on. So I think that what Ukwanda has taught us, and this is a process of learning to learn, is that the constitution of the modern university has elided the work of the hand as constitutive of the Socratic and scholastic forms of the university. And that sentience will be returned to us as an inquiry only through many, many mediations, through many processes of rewiring. What I see underway in the call for this conference is what it might mean to set to work on this complex terrain. So Moritz our director is a person who got an electrical engineering training. Well, not really an electrical engineering, but something of the sort. Before he became a humanities scholar and a philosopher, he can fix lights and change plugs. But he will tell you that rewiring and water, a pretty dangerous combination. I mean, so I've been thinking about what that mixing of metaphors looks like. I mean, I haven't tried it, but I'm told that it can be particularly dangerous by Moritz. So just not to make too fine a point on it, this project marched a herd of 600 plus puppets, life-size puppets, from Kinshasa to Norway, 20,000 kilometers, on a climate change intervention that called attention to the shift in phenological patterns, which means that when you introduce something like climate change into a species, you find evolutionary possibilities, but you also find extinction events, adaptations. And so that's the modernity at sea that we now faced. And what I'm suggesting is that we not enter that sea with the image of the apocalyptic sublime in mind, the one that was given to us at the end of slavery, but that we enter it to find the kind of Seamus Heaney-like poetic that will allow us to think ahead.
I just can't not make the point about the importance of everything that you say for law, and insist on really law as a humanities discipline. And I think when you talk about, you know, the sensory order and this Verwoerdian legacy, and I'm sure we feel it in all disciplines, but absolutely in law. And I think of all the contestations about law and the Constitution and whatever, and if we can just start, well, teaching law, but talking about law, thinking about law, bringing all of these things into light. And I mention it because of your work, Linda, because, you know, you said you're a lawyer. Now, I will never refer to myself as a lawyer. I won't dare to do it. But just to really underscore the importance of law as a humanities discipline, and the importance of everything you say for law. Premesh, thanks.
So just if I can say, Sarah's suicide, which is a narrative structure that's haunted a lot of my thinking about subalternity, alongside Spivak's Can the Subaltern Speak, arrives in the present through the mediations of law, because once she commits suicide, they have a trial, because they can't work out under which jurisdiction she needs to be buried, and they rehang her in a public place. And that story arrives in the 1830s at the founding of the archive as a fragment at the time of the Aborigines Commission. And by the 1990s, when historians of slavery are writing about these, she is given to us as the figure of resistance, with no account for the mediations that produced Sarah in the trajectory from subject, criminal, to object resistance, agent, if you like. And I'm saying that we're moving too quickly between subject and agent, that we're not slowing down the process through a kind of mediated encounter, through thinking about the rewiring, if you like, or even the wiring, that will allow us to begin anticipating other ways of thinking about the future. So we've come to a university system that is very interested in the question of demographics, which is as Verwoerdian as it gets. If we don't think mediation, then we're in trouble, because what we will do is produce more efficient versions of apartheid. And if there's anything to learn from the project of feminist strategy, and I use that term deliberately because it is all of ours now. It has been put into circulation and affected all of our ways in which we think about the human and its technological futures and so on. That if we don't do that, we will relapse, to use a terrible word, into a place of trying to figure out how we're going to recuperate subjectivities as agents without thinking about undoing what I call apartheid's infrastructures.
Thank Prof. Dean Fiona Muller for just holding that so beautifully, and for all the speakers. It's just been a lovely, lovely opening, and we look forward to the next session. We have our keynote, Hugo Canham, as well, and there is tea in the courtyard. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
It's been lovely.
Moritz. I am the current director of the Center for Humanities Research and not an engineer, except in Premesh's fantasies. We'll have to figure that one out at another point. It's my privilege to introduce Lwando, who will then in turn introduce Hugo. So this is like a cascading, it's a waterfall of introductions. Lwando Scott holds a PhD in sociology, of all things. And is a senior researcher in the Center for Humanities Research. He's one of two new full-time appointments in the center. He was appointed towards the end of last year, and Linda Scott was appointed at the beginning of this year to kind of round out the complement of researchers in the center. We're very excited to have you guys on board, properly, so to speak. Before that, he was a next-generation researcher in the center. So he's an interdisciplinary scholar with a focus on gender and sexualities, on how these categories must be linked to ideas of freedom in post-apartheid South Africa. His scholarship is engaged with the complex ways gender and sexuality feature in post-colonial scholarship, working with the concept of queering the post-colony, Lwando has published on the intersections of sexuality, gender, and African cultural practices in post-apartheid South Africa. He's interested in expansive ideas and practices of freedom that go beyond normative, nationalist, and racialized boundaries. Lwando's work echoes the call issued by Famida Riaz in her epic poem, "Come, Let Us Create a New Lexicon." Lwando.
Thank you, Morris. Welcome, everyone, to the CHR again on this really, really special occasion to celebrate 30 years of women's and gender studies. What a thing to be here with you all today to mark this moment. And of course, also welcome to our Rewiring exhibition, and I, a newly evolved fish, with this fantastic, fantastic seminar. As been said, my name is Lwando Scott, and I'm a researcher here, and I have the double pleasure of introducing our keynote, Professor Hugo Canham, and then chairing the session through a brief response, and then handling of the call and response later. Hugo Canham is a professor at the Institute for Social and Health Sciences at UNISA. He foregrounds Black ways of knowing to think with multi-species life forms, the phenomenology of queer things, and the texture of living at the margins of human value, suffering, and death. He understands this under the rubric of Black planetary studies. His book, Riotous Deathscapes, published in 2003, was published by Duke University Press. It is available here in South Africa through Wits University Press, which I believe is the former home institution for Professor Canham. His book, Riotous Deathscapes, was awarded the Academy of Sciences of South Africa Humanities Book Prize for 2025. His forthcoming book, if that wasn't enough, Black Undertow, is under contract with Duke University Press as we speak. And we look forward to that publication when it arrives. No pressure. Welcome back to the CHR, Hugo. We look forward to hear your watery interventions. The podium is yours for now.
Thank you very much, and congratulations. Happy birthday to Women's and Gender Studies. Thank you for having us here at the CHR. So I'm going to talk about, as the program says, enchantments and opacities of water. In a multi-species world, and I'm going to read, you'll forgive me, a learning disorder from earlier. In a multi-species world, we live in tangled lives that make and unmake us in ways that defy the enclosures and stasis of the chain of being and the associated gendered and sexual categories that characterize the Anthropocene. To be enmeshed with our surroundings remakes us and disrupts the borders of the human and those of other species too. Through passionate queer immersions, through passionate queer multi-species immersion, the artwork that features in the exhibition that we'll see later is an apt illustration of watery entanglements, not just to the human, but other things and species too. Thinking with Van Doren and Kirsty and Munster, they describe what they describe as the art of attentiveness. We are reminded that knowing and living are deeply entangled, and paying attention can and should be the basis for crafting better possibilities of shared life. Sakhel Solanke's beautiful artwork, which blends the human figure with water, is an example of this attentiveness to how we come into being. So I think it's the cover image here. So too is Michaela Peterson's work featuring Tracy Quay dressed as the sea. I would say the same for Cherry Hugo's evocative images of bodies submerged in water. These images undo the human who can only breathe outside of water, and they shed the ascriptions to gender binaries. Bronwyn cuts Maaghout, or stomachhood, consisting of a mountain of the sea, copper wire, candle, and mild steel, is an amalgamation of shared life forms that surface thick contact zones of cultural and natural entanglements. Stone, as we know, is a portal to what Catherine Youssef theorizes as geological life, time before Eurocentric markings of temporality. As the description Mountain of the Sea suggests, the rock in the artwork are from the ocean. They have witnessed the comings and goings on this shoreline, trade in goods and persons, excess, extraction, shifting waterlines, time, and the detritus of capital. The rocks that constitute the sea mountain know the things we have evacuated from public memory. This exhibition is a queer surfacing, which is also to say it is a world where modernity has alienated us from other species. In a world where modernity has alienated us from other species, the exhibition is a strange surfacing. Some of the artwork that reflects on themes like forced removals and earlier histories of enslavement point to the fact that humans and other species are not entangled in the same ways. We are situated in different positionalities and degrees of exposure. We perform different kinds of labor, are required to take different risks, and have different ways of knowing and being in the world. In Doran, Kirsty, and Munster's words, histories of gender and race, of political economy and colonization are layered into the multi-species world. How can they not be, shaping possibilities as they do for everyone? Jody Brand's Pickle series in this exhibition is a wonderful representation of our different exposures and situatedness. In this series, we see pickles pressed into glass jars, possibly as a preserve, as sterilization, as embalming, as a reckoning with history that refuses to be disappeared. It recalls the preserved animal fetuses that lined the cabinets of my biology classroom in high school. The stickers on the jars do not describe different kinds of pickles like mangoes, apricots, achars, or even fetuses. Instead, in a disorienting plunge through time, we are taken to the slave ledgers that marked the names of the enslaved. As the stickers say, Van Mozambique, February, Maart, April, Adonis van de Kaap, Philip van de Kaap of Madagascar, Moses of the Cape, Sericus of Mauritius, Dam of Bengal, Peter of Madagascar, Sarah of the Cape, January van Mozambique, February van Mozambique. These names that were slapped onto their bewildered owners are geographical markers of possible places of origin before people were brought here. We see their echo in the slave lodge and in the memorial courtyard of the offices to Izigo Museum. The bottle, capped by a blue plastic and white tape, has a forensic quality with ominous undertows that allude to sedimented things that seep through time and perhaps betray their preserving liquids. Maybe there's a stench of something rotten here. The careful preserve of what is inside has betrayed its contents and now implicates things on the outside. The old seeps into the present. These jars echo Yvette Christians's 2006 novel, Unconfessed, where she fictively reconstructs the life of Silla van der Kaap, a woman enslaved in the Cape and who killed one of her children to save them from further abuse on the slave plantation of the 1820s here in the Cape. I return to Silla in a bit, and I will sit with Silla. For now, I want to pause on questions of enchantment and opacity, to think gender and sexuality, perhaps dunk these concepts into enchanted water. One dimension of inhabiting the world with a planetary multi-species sensibility is to surface portals to other worlds, selves and forms of liquid fluidity enabled by enchantment and opacity. Sacred ecologies gain their salience through enchantment. Harry Garuba observes that Africans have long lived with enchantment through seeing the sacred and profane in the natural world, rivers, oceans, caves, trees, animals, rock, and other material forms. Enchantment works against atomization by pressing on relation and the ties that constitute the world. Murai Mayako and John Perham contend that enchantment does magic. It destabilizes boundaries between humans, animals, plants, and environments. It challenges the hierarchies that come with these boundaries. To this list I add the destabilization of gender and sexuality, that we are not trapped in atomized bodies, desires, and forms of being. Modernity comes with disenchantment. Nature, when we are disenchanted, becomes insignificant or completely intelligible. When we become disenchanted and the natural world loses its meaning, disenchantment grants capitalism and other forms of instrumentalism a space in which to operate. This is an extractive space. Wonder is excavated, mind transformed into commodification, possession, profit, and ideology. We are fixed and closed in racial capitalist logics and modernist enclosures of gender and sexuality. Rory Tsapayi has curated bodies and queer objects freed from the rigor mortis of colonial categories, liberated by water. Water is a potentially unfixing agent. It undoes us and flings us into relation with other things and species, illing things, reeds, seaweed, shells, rock, algae, sandy accretions, dead and living fish, kelp. In its violent jostle or languid lull, water queers us. In the water, we bob queerly. Water is an enchanted material. It works against hierarchies, transparency, and knowing. It flows against containment and stability. In the exhibition to be open later, Chris solves the expanse made of worn sandpaper through woodblock impressions, and Sabelo Mlange in his work are apt illustrations of water's insistence on opacity and multiplicity that emerges from a refusal of intelligibility. Water's very intelligibility and capacity to open worlds and evade modernity and capitalism's inclination to imprison makes it a powerful technology for undoing taxonomies of sexuality and gender. Payen and Hagen contend that African cultures characterize water by virtue of its life-giving nature as both physical and spiritual in essence. They emphasize greater spiritual utility than the physical. Water is used in important prayer forms and in various acts of libation. It is used in rituals such as purification, sacralization, reparation, and revitalization, and both for blessing and cursing. Water is used in social interactions and in making and breaking of social relationships. As in life, we cross many rivers to reach various destinations. Waters and bodies also play a role in rites of individual and collective transitions from the profane to the sacred. So hlangane mlanje. To enchant water is to engender magic. We might enter the water freighted by gendered expectations, but submerged in its destabilizing depths, we wade, float, or streak in the direction of our desire. Where the settled ways of knowing of stable land are loosed and washed. As a space of diviners and healers, water opens portals to multiple elsewheres. It can be strange. We can be strange in water. Edward Glissant's Poetics of Relation points to the generativity and wonder of pursuing strange paths through our right to opacity. to surrender to partial knowing, which is also to refuse the transparency required by modernity. What are you, uyintoni? Perhaps even to destabilize the knowing that comes with categories such as lesbian, gay, and bisexual. Like water, to gurgle and gush with wonder in delight of pleasure without ceiling, base, or defined pathways. Observe how we break out of frameworks and systems that hem us in. Witness our fugitivity towards opacity, in search for freedom within particular surroundings. Fugitive or errant movements enable us to plunge into opacities to which we have access wherever we are access. To resist models of enclosure, alongside errantry, opacity underscores a queer multilingual lexicon. It is an embrace of the poetics of multiplicity, a queer relinquishing of truth, and renunciation of single pathways. For the survival of queer being, opacity must be preserved and nurtured. We cannot be known in our totality. For this reason, to be queer is to be constantly on the move, engaging in fugitive practices and evading the lenses of all-knowing disciplinary enclosures of science. By engaging in practices that embrace opacity, we refuse to be replicas of imperial substitutes. Instead of asking for room within the frameworks of modernity, I propose that the most generative space may be the verdant cross-currents where planetary multi-species beings rub in productive tension. Opacity requires errantry. To be errant is to aspire to watery movement over rootedness. It is to challenge the metropole as the universal and to work towards dissolving claims of universality. It follows the confluence of the oceanic currents and is never self-satisfied. It is rhizomatic since it does not attach to a single root, but to a large network of roots that defy single origins and destination. As queer, why come out of the closet when there is water? To emerge, submerge, and remake oneself in ways that embrace errantry and opacity, that one can be revised from who they said they were the day before. Thinking of opacity and the closet in the era of gay visibility, Nicholas de Villiers describes as now ubiquitous in a neoliberal era with new strategies wherein queer people are controlled less by homophobic exclusion than by politics of inclusion and legalization. Therefore, regulation, commercialization, ironically, privatization, queer opacity allows us to reconsider the generativity of not knowing, not being available to capital. Water as a metaphor and material is an important artistic illustration of the refusal of full knowing. Dressed in a two-piece bathing suit, Cupid might hide in plain sight alongside Daniel Morolang's black photographic subjects who also pose on the beach. Cupid is a citizen of the city, right? In Neo Motloga's art, which superimposes heads into figures in ways that destabilize ideas of origins and gender. Blended this way, these works refuse the categories of regulation. After all, de Villiers suggests that homophobia is an anxious insistence on knowing and demands transparency to the gaze and then to police the sexuality of gay people. To come out of the closet, David Halperin observes, is precisely to expose oneself to a different set of dangers and constraints, to make oneself into a convenient screen onto which straight people can project all their fantasies they regularly entertain about gay people, and to suffer one's very gesture, statement, and expression and opinion to be totally irrevocably marked by the overwhelming social significance of one's openly acknowledged homosexual identity, close quotes. To be queer in ways that defy expectation is to move like water, whose depths and movement and portals are never totally knowable and therefore ever open to wonder and possibility. I'm now going to move to Scylla, which is an excerpt of the forthcoming work that Lwando referred to. And I want to think of Scylla van die Kaap. This is a figure that Yvette Christianse wrote about in a novel, Unconfessed. I want to think about this reading as a call and response to the work on the jars by Jody Brand. And now I return to Scylla van die Kaap, who should actually be Scylla van die Mozambique, because Yvette Christianse tells us that she arrived in the Cape from Mozambique. As a form of call and response in relation to the artworks of the exhibition, the archival record, and Christianse's novel Unconfessed, I read from this excerpt. In search... Oh. Thank you. Is it better?
There are seats in the front, two, 3, 4. It's a pity to...
Sure, so I will... It goes against my... In search of Scylla, which is also to be in pursuit of her mother, I returned to Mozambique. I walked the streets in the tradition of Saadia Hartman, who threaded the slave castle at Elima in Ghana, in her own quest to trace her pre-enslavement history. I examined the faces of the women. I wondered if the weariness etched in their faces was their fatigue after centuries of looking for their daughter, Scylla. How many Scyllas lost to the ships? I do not have an image of Scylla, and in my mind, her likeness moves like water. It dissolves as it forms, leaving only traces in the wake. It is these traces that I use in my search. Everyone is simultaneously Scylla's mother and not. On a balmy morning, a few paces from where others clad in white robes search the water, with the ghostly guide given by Christianse, I compare my traces to those in the water. I too am engaged in a queer water practice, beating the water and its motion away from me. 4, 8, and then multitudes of faces appear in the ripples. Before any of them register, in my mind they dissolve. At the fish market, those who've been to Maputo would know that expensive fish market for tourists. The women speak Shangaan. Is this the tongue that disappears into Scylla's mouth to be replaced by Afrikaans, learned on the Cape plantations? But perhaps in the early dawn, before she awakens to draw water for old Macy's on the farm, she dreams in those Shangaan tones of the fish market. Away from Maputo, in Nampula in the north, where granite mounds startle the otherwise undulating landscape, I feel closer to finding Scylla's mother. It is rural here. Perhaps I am feverish. Allow yourself to be infected too. Join me in my search for Scylla's mother. To be in a fever in another timescape is to surrender to a queer haunting. Avery Gordon tells us that haunting raises spectres and it alters the experience of being in linear time, the way we separate the past, the present, and the future. It is to rifle through slavery's time bind. We are in an altered state of mind, summoned by the need for witnessing. In this search, I follow others like Alexis, Pauline Gums, who lost themselves by letting go of their voices and surrendering to language practices outside of memory and education. To recognize Scylla's mother, I too must lose language practices that ground me to the limits of the human. When schoolgirls appear in the long shrubbery, instead of a mother, it is Scylla that I see make for freedom. This is a different outcome to her disappearance in the belly of the ship. In the hold, I contemplate telling her to remain hidden behind the baobab trees where no one will find her. But before I do, she comes into view. There are no slave catchers in sight. and like a ripple in the water, she vanishes once more. The car that I'm in is moving again. I see many more versions of Scylla proliferate and recede into the distance. These girls might be her descendants, not the children of her lovers and rapists here in the Cape, but perhaps those of her sisters who evaded the slave catchers. My search for Scylla takes me to Ilha de Mozambique. It is from there that Scylla most likely left her native country. When the vehicle leaves the African mainland, it moves above the water. My belly lurches, and then the vehicle enters Ilha de Mozambique, a coral landmass rooted in the Indian Ocean. In the morning, the island is shrouded in a white mist. The mainland is invisible, and we are adrift on the corals, unmoored from the world. The other island, Robben Island, where Scylla served a life sentence at the bottom of the continent, was bitterly cold for her. Here on Ilha, her wait for the ship would have been much warmer. Perhaps it was cloying hot if she was pressed against other captured people, awaiting Portuguese slave ships. Both islands served as a prison. With blurred vision, I recognize that fog shrouds horrors. For Scylla, the fog might have been terrorizing, or it may have offered a reprieve from the watching eyes of her enslavers. At Ilha, my search takes me to the slave warehouses still standing on the water's edge centuries later. I slept in the slave warehouses because they're now boutique hotels. In my nose, Scylla is like an ancient coral. However, besides traces in the scent that intermingles with the mangroves wafted, here among the old warehouses where she might have been readied for the ships, I find neither Scylla nor her mother. They have vanished into the fog. Perhaps they hunt for fish or bathe in the ocean. After the mid-lift, I might see them dyed in the turquoise tones of the island waters. Something like Tracy Guy in the image here. Gums points me to kindred beyond taxonomy. In search of her own ancestors, she observes, and I sought to understand the species of whales, coral, barnacles, bacteria, and so forth that were speaking from the bottom of the surface of the ocean. I began to understand that the scientific taxonomy of what constitutes a species or which family, phyla, genus, in some cases even kingdom and domain, a particular form of life was as debatable and discursively unstable as the narratives within my family. Searching for Scylla requires that I look among the corals, mangroves in the sea, sand, in the blackness of the undertow, beyond the taxonomies of place and species as we have come to know them. This is an aquatic, interspecies listening that folds temporality and transports us to planetary imaginaries. Gums provocatively asks, or her provocation asks, what if you could breathe like coral from a multitude of simultaneous openings connected to one source built upon the bones of all your dead? I submerge my head in the Indian Ocean, and in the buzz that plays in my ears, Scylla converses with her mother in SARChI tongue. They use their ancestors' bones to breathe like coral. On the dhow that takes me between islands of this archipelago, the young man points to a humpback whale whose majestic form moves the water. I imagine that I see, or I do see, Scylla's Barrow, her son, sitting on the whale head. In this scene, unlike Aisha's boat in the Kenyan novel House of Rust, the whale is enfleshed. There are many other children in the form of barnacles on the vast back. They chatter in a low buzz, like wind blowing through shells, conches, and corals. On the tail towards the end are Zintle Maditla's children, her 4 children. This is the woman who in Mpumalanga of 2018 killed her 4 children. Fat cherubs with black glowing cheeks and white tendrils down their heads. Beloved is there too. Do you know Beloved? But she is young and ungrown and suckles on seaweed while clutching blue starfish. She does not move to the rhythm of spite, as in the novel Beloved. With her is Margaret Garden's little Mary. Like sandpaper, the water has removed the palm lines of the children of Filicide. Perhaps Scylla has changed from coral to bone to whale to carry this load of children once dead and now pulsing with endless life. Scylla steers the well like a fleet of free people aboard the Black Star Line of the Universal Negro Association of Marcus Garvey. Or maybe, like the other god, she has a queer omnipresence. The whale goes under, and the suction is filled by black sparkling water that sways the small wooden vessel to which I am tethered. In the monsoon winds blowing from the Indian subcontinent, I intuit Scylla's mother weeping. Sometimes it knocks over large baobabs, this wind, but mostly it is a relentless buzz raging against the hardy warehouses where her daughter was once captured. A sonic breaking of hearts. In the island buzz, like a Gabriel Garcia Marquez character, I'm overtaken by the terrible desire to weep. In the shadows, Scylla and her mother flit in and out of view. I cannot find Scylla. My task was always futile. All we are left with are traces, but read together, traces, artwork, give us form and fill out the ghostly narrative of forced deracination. Scylla was always more than her enslavement, multiple rapes and filicide, because she had another name and a mother who could lift the earth's carpet and hide in the coral reef. She was always more than Scylla. To listen to the unrelenting wind in the drafty hut on Robben Island requires us to return to Ilha de Mozambique and attend to the shadows of the Makuti under the earth's surface. Scylla does not respond when I call her name. It echoes through the basin settlement of the island, and the young girls look blankly at me. Before she left the island, she acknowledged another name. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Hugo. So I'll offer a few reflections, and then I will join Hugo for a small question and answer, and then I'll open it up for everyone. Thank you so much, Hugo, for that again. So open and deep considerations over the artworks in the exhibition. I wasn't sure where to start. What do I prioritize, realizing that I only have a short time to respond? I thought perhaps the best place to start is right at the beginning. Hugo, you reference Van Doren, Kirksey, and Munster in speaking to entanglements, arts of attentiveness in how knowing and living are deeply entangled, and that paying attention can and should be the basis for crafting better possibilities for a shared life. I appreciate this formulation. It made me think of another beginning, my own beginnings at the CHR. One of the reasons I joined the CHR was a question at the heart of the CHR project, or perhaps one of the important questions. It said, I quote, "How," it might be asked, "might the quest for better ways of living in the aftermath of colonialism and apartheid be facilitated through humanities inquiry?" Close quote. This is a question I am now asking about my own work as I journey through this space, because I find it useful, an incredibly generative question. I think part of the answer to this question lies in what Van Doren, Kirksey, Munster articulate on paying attention can and should be the basis for crafting better possibilities for shared life. I want to pause here on the idea of possibilities of a shared life, because it sits with CHR's quest for better ways of living in the aftermath of colonialism and apartheid. These, for me, all point towards an idea of a livable life. A livable life remains elusive for many in post-colonial Africa, indeed post-apartheid South Africa, as demonstrated in your book, Hugo, Riotous Deathscapes. In your emotionally and beautifully charged writing, a livable life seems to evade many in this aftermath. And almost childlike, by that I mean perhaps naive, I want to think of the idea of a livable life. By livable life, I'm thinking alongside Nussbaum's idea of capabilities and fundamental entitlements. Capabilities are about freedom to be alive, freedom to pursue one's dreams and to live a full life without violence. Nussbaum's articulations on life and bodily integrity, amongst other capabilities, are crucial in ensuring not just human rights, but human capabilities. Nussbaum argues that life is being able to live to the end of life, of normal length, not dying prematurely or before one's life is so reduced as to be not worth living. Furthermore, she argues that bodily integrity is being able to move freely from place to place, to be secure against violent assault, including sexual assault and domestic violence, and having opportunities for, yes, sexual satisfaction and for choice in matters of reproduction. As you opened your talk today with the idea of entanglements, that we live entangled lives that make and unmake us. Here too, I want to pause a little and think of the ways our current politics, whether through the red ants or politicians desiring to garner favor, or the layperson looking for someone to blame for their wars, they all seek to make simple the complicated ways in which we are entangled. Even as we try to untangle ourselves in violent forgetting through Afrophobic attacks on people from other parts of our continent, in the misguided desire that our freedom and success, in other words, the possibility of a livable life, lies in their removal. Here, South Africans are short-sighted and suffer from amnesia on the limits of citizenship. As it was not long ago when Black, colored, and Indian South Africans were only partial citizens of this country, if that. We might want to heed the words of Ariella Azule's articulations that, and I quote, "Citizenship is carceral. It jails us to imperial logic. Through it, we are constantly being used by global imperial regimes." In speaking of entanglements, Hugo, of course, I'm pressed to evoke Sarah Nuttall's considered writings on entanglement, where she argues entanglement is a condition of being twisted together or entwined, involved with. It speaks of an intimacy gained even if it was resisted or ignored or even uninvited. It is a term which may gesture towards a relationship or set of social relationships that is complicated and snaring in a large tangle, but which also implies a human foldedness. It works with difference and sameness, but also with their limits, their predicaments, and their moments of complication. So even as we try to untangle ourselves in violent forgetting, we are reminded by the artworks in this exhibition, Jody Brand's work in particular, and by your reiteration, Hugo, of our entanglements with, I know academics don't like repetition, but I insist on repetition, Van Mozambique, Azio of Madagascar, Snap of Batavia, of Madagascar, Syricus of Mauritius, Dam of Bengal, Peter of Madagascar, January of Mozambique, stubble of Madagascar. Entangled, entwined, knotted. Here then, today, Hugo, you are calling us to look, to see, to witness, very importantly, to remember our entanglements with others, but also with the natural world that makes livability possible. Hugo speaks about thinking with enchantment and opacity, arguing that these concepts destabilize the boundaries between humans, animals, plants, and the environments, but then goes further by adding gender and sexuality to the list of issues destabilized through enchantment and opacity. My second last riff-off. I want to riff off here, Hugo, and speak about queerness as a destabilizing force of normative categories of gender and sexuality. You are correct in pointing out that we are fixed and enclosed in racial capitalist logics and modernist enclosures of gender and sexuality. But queerness creates paths of escape, creating a fugitivity towards opacity, to use your lexicon. Today you ask us, and I love this question, as queer, why come out of the closet when there is water? To emerge, submerge, and remake oneself in ways that embrace errantry and opacity. Here I see you engaging a politics of refusal. Particularly, you are refusing the epistemology of the closet. In line with Michel Foucault, you are skeptical of the confessional ethos, because, as Foucault put it, and I quote, "Western man is a confessional man." The confessional is related to self-examining to get to some kind of truth. But of course, the confession is related to power. As Evenhays put it, I quote, "The role of confessions is created by power to maintain power." What I hear in your deliberations today is that even this in and out of the closet mimics a particular understanding of sexuality hinged on ideas of the binary. With this, I see you thinking along Joseph Massad, who wrote the really incredible book, Desiring Arabs, where he critiques the very binary construction of homosexual, heterosexual, as a frame that is unable to hold pre-colonial knowledges of same-sex desire, because that very binarism is not part of non-Western ontological structures. In an LGBTQI+ world that is increasingly inclusive, as you mentioned, in some aspects at least, but also regulatory in that very inclusion, you are correct that queer opacity allows to consider the generativity of not knowing. Here then, maybe we want to ask, what is it to be queer? Warner describes queerness as a thorough resistance of the regimes of the normal. That queer protests not just the normal behavior, but the social idea of the normal behavior. Here then we must ask critical questions about the methodologies that create the normal. Halperin sees queerness, perhaps in line with our exhibition, as much more fluid, an identity without an essence, not a given condition, but a horizon of possibility. Often, LGBTQI+ identities and lives are articulated through discourses of loss, loneliness, and social work issues. What is often missing is the ways that queerness revitalizes, that it is an ideality, to use the words of Jose Munoz. In fact, he would argue that we are not yet queer, but we can feel it as the warm illumination of a horizon imbued with potentiality. Queerness here then forces us to ask questions about what we know, or what we think we know. Queerness asks, how do you know what you know? In the catalogue, I write about gender fluidity. In other words, the trans movement, how it forces us to think expansively about gender, understanding gender identity as shifting or as existing outside normative orders. In this sense, people with a gender fluid lived experience or trans identity, their reality mirrors the hydrological cycle, evaporating, condensing, flowing, pulling, freezing, in a continuous dance of transformation. This resonance creates an affinity with the natural systems that reject rigidity. A gender fluid perspective, perhaps one would say a trans perspective, therefore can inform a more nuanced understanding of ecological relationships, ones that value dynamism, interdependence, and change over the ideas of control and dominance. The transgender movement and its demand for a more complex understanding of gender configurations in the world propels us all to think greater about gender equality in general. Here then, the articulations of Christina Sharp in her marvelous book, In the Wake, of seeing trans with an asterisk, provides an opening, and I see it as incredibly instructive. I promise I'm coming to a close. I quote, I want to think trans in a variety of ways that try to get at something about or towards the range of trans formations enacted on and by Black bodies. The asterisk after the word functions as the wild card, and I'm thinking the trans, well, asterisk, in that way. The asterisk after the prefix trans holds the place open for thinking from and into that position. It speaks as well to a range of embodied experiences called gender and Euro-Western gender's dismantling, its inability to hold on and in Black flesh. The asterisk speaks to a range of configurations of Black being that take the form of translation, transatlantic, transgression, transgender, transformation, transmogrification, transcontinental, transfixed, transmediterranean, transubstantiation, transmigration, and many, many more. Here, Sharp opens up new possibilities of thinking about the prefix trans, particularly as we think about Black bodies. But of course, she goes further to include other trans articulations, challenging us to move beyond and think of the variety of ways that the prefix trans functions as a wild card. The question then becomes, what are the possibilities of using this wild card in our contexts, in our scholarship? What happens when we operationalize the prefix trans? As I move towards Q&A with Hugo, I would like to refer to Hugo's own articulations on being queerly African from this book. In the book Riotous Deathscapes, Hugo, I want to read from here quickly. And again, I read you as writing about refusal. This is, to be queerly African is to fail at being a self-contained and actualized modern subject. It is to be in relation to multiple others, to eschew the linearity of settler time, and to refuse social formations that are made for men. To live queerly is to stay in struggle without seeking escape and transcendence. Close quote. Here we might want to think about the possibilities availed to us through failure. That is failure to embody the normative, failure to embody the dominant, and ultimately failure to be oppressive. What happens when there is an embrace of failure? Queer failure is a useful tool to think with in a world dominated by ideas and ideals of heteronormative success. The idea of queer failure was popularized by Jack Halberstam in the book, The Queer Art of Failure. Other scholars and artists have picked up the idea of failure, and one of the most recent artists to use the concept is queer artist Ocean Vuong, who wrote the amazing debut novel, On Earth We're Briefly Gorgeous. While promoting the book, Vuong spoke about queer failure, about how queer people grow up in a world with no signposts, and so as they begin to make their way in the world, they must learn how to be through a series of failures. Here then, failure becomes a way of being in the world. It becomes a teacher, a way to chart your own path in the world. It becomes an opportunity to discover. In this then, queer people fail forward, creating, forging, growing, becoming. Halberstam's idea of queer failure praises those that are anti-normative, anti-capitalist, anti-disciplinary. Here then, queer people, gender non-conforming people, trans people, are all anti-normative and anti-disciplinary, and looking for other ways to be in the world. As Elias has noted, Halberstam collects a set of narratives that weave together a politics of solidarity, of refusal, of unbecoming and unknowing, of the absurd that all come back to failing differently, failing better, and failing collectively. In a way then, failure becomes a way to succeed, because if you fail to uphold dominant forms of masculinity, of being, forms that valorize patriarchy, whiteness, forms that are violent to other beings for being different, I think then perhaps that's a way to win. Thank you. Thank you so much for this, and thank you for being here. Clearly from my response, there are quite a number of thoughts from what you said that come to me. But perhaps I want to ask you about the last thing you spoke about, Sila, and I think also Premesh in his talk spoke a little bit about hauntings and hauntology. Your quest to put together this life, to find out more. So I'm interested in the question of the ghost, ghosts that haunt us and as the living, as it were. So that's the one thing, which is linked to my second thing, which I think is a literary question, maybe, or maybe not, I don't know. But it's something about the literary, in thinking about writing about Sila for you, because you reference Christian's novel Unconfessed, right? And of course, you also reference Toni Morrison's Beloved, right? Margaret Garner's story. And so my question is about the work that the literary does, right? In engaging scholarship, in thinking about piecing together fragments from archives that are partly missing, partly not there, partly non-existent, right? From the shards of history. Yeah. And to say I myself have been interested in the literary, but in a very different sort. I'm interested in it vis-a-vis in thinking about queerness, but also the city, and particularly interested in the work of Seloke Dacre, The Quiet Violence of Dreams. But so it's a bit of a selfish question, but I think it's a good one.
Thanks very much for that, Lwando, and for your really considered and deep engagement with my contribution. Yeah, so the literary, I don't disclose in public Kopano's discipline to which I am tangentially tethered, no, unmoored. But I do disclose the fact that one of my majors was literature, and I live in regret for never pursuing it fully. But what the literary does give us, I think, those trained in social science traditions, is permission to be playful, but also to apprehend beauty, right, in ways that is often evaded by the lawyers and the people whose disciplines attend to the problem, to the trauma, to deepening, to digging at the wound in order to excise the poison. And as a method, allow us to do the kinds of things that sociology might frown on, because they give, so it's a license. But I try not to stop at literature. So for this particular project, Jaco Boshoff and colleagues who work at the Izigo Museum, who dive into the ocean to excavate shipwrecks, right, and other materials from the ocean, give us another form of accessing that which we who walk on the surface are unable to access. So how do we lean on all of these resources that we have, but that our disciplines have trained us are not our realm of expertise, and therefore, the blunting of knowledge, the kind of modernist disciplines. So the literary, and some of my best friends are literary scholars. So Saylo, Dacre, and the city. I think that way of what others oceanic scholars call a penguin view of the world, right? Whether it's Azuri in 13 cents, a teenage boy, preteen, wandering Sea Point and the street. So what do we see when we lower our gaze, right? And what does a marginal queer subject of the city observe? So I'm much more interested in the rural myself, because anyone who bothers to listen to me will know I'm from the Sigi, and so rural landscapes are important to me. But I can see how scholars or writers like Saylo Dacre give us another view of the city that urban planners and architects give us alternative angles.
Thank you. Yes, I think so too. So, I had a thing about methodology, because I think it was really interesting how you spoke about walking the streets, following Sylvia Hartman, the slave lodges that become, places, hotel lodges. But I think I'm going to park that question, because you mentioned methodology a little bit. And I'm going to ask my last question, and then I'm going to open it up to the floor. And my other question is about death. Alok, who was here in Cape Town earlier this year, spoke very passionately about death, arguing that death is not the elephant in the room, it is the room. When one thinks of water, death follows in terms of thought processes, at least for me. When one thinks of water, death is there, SS Mendi, right? Shipwrecks off of the coast of South African waters. And of course, death is complicated, right? But death is not the end also, right? There are continuities, spirits, ghosts, legacies, the tombs, shipwrecks are interacting with the living in incredibly profound ways. And also when you spoke about Jody Brand's pickle series, right? You described it as a history that refuses to be disappeared. Again, right, slave ships, right, drowned off of the coast of South Africa, including Clifton, which you spoke about last time. And so I want you to speak a bit on this.
So death is like a deep interest of mine. And I guess it's an attempt in some ways to domesticate death, because death, of course, is coming for all of us. If we haven't encountered it at close hand, we will shortly, because that's the nature of the world. And for some, right, death is ever present. Many of those are not in this room because there's a particular kind of selection that happens. And so into people's daily lives, rituals and rhythms, death is closely, is kind of ever present, living with the ghosts. So in some ways it's a form of enlivening death, right, rather than surrendering to the sense of finality, but that it's always there. And water does interesting things, because in water, of course, is life and death simultaneously, and these two things cleave together and rebuild on each other. So there's like accretions where the live species take from the dead in order to sustain their own life, as capitalism does too. So this project is particularly interested in water, but what a takeaway from water often is that its very movement and agency, it's like its activity is alive. So it complicates death in ways that I think the land often doesn't do as evocatively as that. I was in Soweto last week because I work there, and someone asked me, because we're talking about Abantu Bamans, so people from the Eastern Cape, largely because of its coastal location, will know that they are people of the water, right? And this person was asking, because people of the water are said to live underwater for maybe up to 3 years, or weeks at a time, and this person asked, so between us now, is it real? Of course, there's no straightforward answer to it. It's real for those who believe that people live underwater. And it's a way it's a sociality with water that coastal people have, that form our idioms and expressions and ways of thinking about death and life in complicated ways.
Okay, I will stop with my questions and I will open it up to the floor if other people have interventions for Hugo.
Hugo, both to you and Lwando, I'm interested in this thing of life and death sitting right next to each other, and it being brought in with water. And I'm going to give you a quick example. So I come from Kimberley. It's big hole, it's celebrated, and yet for me, it is one of the most depressing sites that are around that you have to pass, and it's actually now in the center of the city. So you can't get anywhere without literally passing this gaping hole that's now got green water in it. And growing up, we knew that people committed suicide, but the story that my grandmother told me is that it's because, I don't know what the word is because this is a Kimberley word and it's probably not a proper Afrikaans word, Vatermeisie. What is that in? mermaid, yes. So that there were mermaids that live in, and they called souls in order for them to live into this water. And that's why people would commit suicide. And obviously, as a kid, we were all afraid of the big hole because of that. But when you grow up and you read history and you realize that there are stories of miners, black miners, who, they had to just carry on digging, and you leave the body they die in there and they just carry on. But what I found out later is that though when white miners or employees of De Beers died during the digging up of this hole, they would actually be lifted out. So the effort to lift that body out would be followed through. So I'm interested now in, this is a living death, this hole in itself, and also the people who have died in it, but the people who live around it. How do we then negate life when that death is life? That hole is a death, and it is life.
People in Soweto, interestingly, often have similar stories to tell because of all the mine dumps there. A friend of mine, Grace Kunu, was talking about people's water stories in Soweto. And she says all the male people in her family have stories of going to look for the mermaid, Riotous Macy. In the river, I think it's the Klip River. Now what we know about the Klip River, it's extremely polluted. The latest headlines is that it's full of ARVs. But that people search for water even in deathscapes, because they're also searching for life and for pleasure, right? In these places that are also enclosures for death making, and convert them in their small ways to be, and sometimes those small ways are deadly, but in search of pleasure, right? And in mining landscapes in particular, with death zones, for the reasons that you've just told us with that example of miners' bodies that kind of sediment the bottoms of the great hole that we take pictures of. These are racialized zones, they gendered zones, they all of the isms that we know. And they all are complicated places. And the last point I'll say is that so that example and the example I'm giving of Soweto, we often think of water. We have to come to Cape Town to think deeply about water. But people are thinking deeply and practicing water, in all kinds of ways, even in places where the water may not be.
Yeah, I mean, there's something about the dominance of the coast and how people think about water. But actually, I mean, I understand your question was about water, but what struck me actually in your question is suicide, and suicide in South Africa, young people, the Eastern Cape, in the long while, has been almost chronic, really, particularly men, and this is that's kind of what came to my mind actually when you said suicide, and perhaps our non-attending to that to some extent, and in thinking seriously about the lives of black young people and who decide to take their lives.
Thank you for that exceptional presentation, and to Lwando. I wanted to ask about anecdote and what the status is of anecdote. And I was thinking a little bit as you were speaking about a wonderful essay by Susie Newton-King, who was in the history department at UWC, who wrote a piece called Hiliki Smith and the Shadow of Death, where she is also much earlier than Saadia Hartman trying to figure out what a narrative interlocutor might be in an archive that is filled with gaps and where you're minding gaps all over the place. But it does seem to me that the anecdote falls short of being conscripted to the realms of knowledge. For example, there's ways in which anecdotes don't make the cut of what one constitutes as knowledge. And I suspect that elite anecdotes become knowledge, but not subaltern anecdotes. And so I was wondering if you could just think a little bit about, what does anecdote do for us in thinking about, the fluidities that we want to invoke in the metaphoricity of water.
I work a lot with anecdote, and I might not think of it like conceptually, but as knowledge, because in this book, Riotous Deathscapes, I write at length, I think it might be chapter 3, about this conversation between young boys talking about, this is a classroom scene, the appearance of a snake, which then turns into a pig, then turns into Igwinya. And I give a translation and say fat cake, and then Phumla Qola was like, don't call it a fat cake, Igwinya. But as of course, as you said, as knowledge, right? But in doing that, taking that seriously as forms of knowledge, which might be forms, thought as forms of theory. I mean, the risk, of course, even as I say this, is by leaning on that and then talking about in a text where I'm attempting to theorize with these young boys, because of course that smacks of like elevating anecdote into forms of theory, but that people are seized with this every day. This is how they make the world. This is how they tell their lives, and yet it's in the disciplines. It's considered story, right? Lesser, but to know the ocean, I think, in South Africa that has this long coastline, I think anecdote is probably the most present form of knowledge that articulates this knowledge of the ocean. And if we surrender to global west, global north kind of theory, as belated, what Kigurumacharya called belatedness, right? That we're forever trying to catch up, because to do theory, you have to articulate it this way. We lose sight then of the proliferation of theory on this coast about water, and will forever be belated, right? Because we're mimicking how you theorize, and we have to go through. I don't even know these theorists because my training lacks. But you have to go through someone big. Who's someone big to make a point? Spivak is a nice big. We like her. Okay. Oh, we don't. So
Can't.
Yes, that says it. So yeah, you have to go through Freud, who's actually writing, and Piaget, who are writing about anecdote. My child did this, therefore it is the great unconscious, right? When everyone has children, it's actually quite unexceptional. So to make points that we know.
I really, really enjoyed, I think the abstract quality of writing and speaking about this also, and in metaphor, because it also really speaks to the way that water is. And so what I was finding a lot in these abstractions and these anecdotes and these stories also about water was really grounding me in pleasure. I think, yeah, I'm really interested in how pleasure plays a role, and keyword like play, also pleasure and play in this role of fugitivity in this extractive empire. And yeah, that role of the abstraction of water, but also the poetics of pleasure. When we think of pleasure, also that's a key role in the siren, enchantment. I think the role of pleasure, I think when I'm thinking about outside of queering being transgressive, but also queering in its play and also in its pleasure. So how can we speak to, I think, like the poetics of pleasure within fugitivity and also evading capitalism and capitalist affairs?
South Africans and dance, right? Not just South Africans, Africans, like in Ghana, the coffin bearing people during COVID dancing. And this dance, right, is at its most frenzied at funerals, right? And which is about mourning, but it's also about play, pleasure, relation, being in communion, in contact, rubbing. So I think about, in this work, I'm in Mombasa, that Huda writes about, and at a mangrove, right? This mangrove is not too far from Fort Jesus, which is a fort, obviously, that enslaved people were kept in before they would be taken through the Persian Gulf and the islands on the Indian Ocean. And the mangrove is a chilling place on Sundays of fish fries, barbecues, and dance and Tusker beer and children riding horses, and really like a sociality that defies what that place might have been, or in other ways enlivens this place where people might have run to, mangroves, to escape, to hide below the low-hanging trees, in the water, because pleasure and pain which is so pervasive on this continent, right? This continent where genocides were practiced before being unleashed elsewhere, where there's current genocides or large death making, is always happening at the same time as people are pleasuring, right, enjoying themselves. And I think that's the ultimate middle finger to warmongers, to genocidaires, to extractors, is that despite that, we're still laughing and having a really good time. And not to lose sight of that. Thank you.
Yeah, we're moving to the close now, but maybe also to say the space we're in, right? Iyatsiba Lab. Iyatsiba is to jump, right, in vernacular. So you can think about play in jumping. You can think about, every time I think about jumping, actually, I think about rope, right? Jump rope, which one plays when one was young. And so, I mean, I think even considering the exhibition, right? And I mean, we had all kinds of conversations with Rory and Tammy about fun and the intellectual properties of fun. Thank you so much, Hugo. This was really, really amazing. You were great.
So good afternoon and welcome back to everyone. And welcome to our third and final session for the first, oh no, it's not the final, sorry, second last for session one.
So our session in this right now, it's called Imagining Justice for Gendered Human and Other Bodies. And with me today, we are in conversation with Desiree Lewis, who is currently the chairperson of our Women's and Gender Studies Department. And Desiree's teaching and research over the years has straddled literary and cultural studies, feminist and queer theorizing, and politics in South Africa and beyond, and critical food studies. This trajectory reflects on her ongoing interest in the politics of knowing and consciousness, as well as the complexities of othering, both among and by human subjects. More recent work addressing this includes the co-edited book, Surfacing, on being Black and feminist in South Africa, and articles such as Bodies, Matter, and Feminist Freedoms, Revisiting the Politics of Food, Transnational Perspectives on Food, Ecology, and the Anthropocene, and Rereading Africa Through Food, and that is Desiree. And we then have... And we then have Nomusa. Nomusa Makhubu teaches art history at the University of Cape Town. She is the director of the Institute for Creative Arts and founder of Creative Knowledge Resources, CKR, which is an open access platform for socially responsive arts. Welcome, Nomusa. And then finally, we have Patricia. Patricia Hayes is a NRF SARChI Chair in Visual History and Theory at the Center of Humanities Research. And then last night I also realized that I am speaking to the same person in the afternoon and in the evening. Yes, at the University of the Western Cape. And Patricia's postgraduate teaching is centered on ethics of seeing. She is part of the new archival vision program for revitalizing the archival impulse at UWC. She has also been co-editor of several publications, including Ambivalent, Photography and Visibility in African History, which was 2019, and the special issues of Cronus, volume 46. Another body of work, Other Lives of the Image, Love and Revolution in the 20th Century, Colonial and Post-Colonial World, Perspectives from South Asia and Southern African. And lastly, the special section of Cronus, volume 51, on imagining the environment. Welcome, Patricia. And yes, welcome to all of you. And I think I want to start this session from taking it off where Hugo and Lwando left off by throwing a word that a lot of us know, but I'd like you to define it. Oh no, not define, because that is such containing the meaning, and we are all about water and not it being contained. But what is your perspective on justice, Desiree?
It's like one of those TV shows. I feel so thrown by that. But yeah, imagining human, gendered human and other bodies. I mean, I would like to take up the challenge of thinking through, thinking aloud, maybe rambling about justice in relation to the gendering of human bodies and power relations between the human and the non-human. And I think a starting point for me is to reflect on how I've thought about othering and how I'm now thinking about othering. I've obviously been influenced by critical race and post-colonial feminist theory, and our projected others are part of dominant groups' self-definition. In recent years, I've also been pushed by recent activism and theory, and especially by students, younger queer and feminist students, to think about marginalization and othering much more carefully than I did before. For example, how trans, gender, non-conforming identity politics unsettle the feminist politics and theorizing of my generation. But I think the most challenging phase in my thinking through othering has been prompted by ecofeminism and critiques of the Anthropocene. And I enjoyed Hugo's talk tremendously. The language that you use, especially to rethink how we think about power. So in terms of my work, I've been pursuing two main threads. One is the existence of intelligence, consciousness, and sensory worlds that aren't human, but that reside in, for example, animals, mollusks, and I think we all know the film My Octopus Teacher, which kind of simplifies and romanticizes that, but we're obviously in relation to this. And of course, fish. So we could all, as the title of the exhibition reminds us, we could all be evolved fish. The other thread in my reading and writing explores freedom, justice, fulfillment, joy, which was invoked this morning, in terms of reciprocity and mutuality between the human and the non-human. In other words, challenging ideas about humans as an extraordinary species entitled to violently instrumentalize all other life forms and worlds. Whether we call this the hydrocommons, the more than human, the non-human, and the industry of post-humanist work has come up with so many terms, it's very hard to keep up. But in addition to this, as well as a more benign anthropocentrism, which is what I feel I have and what many of us have despite our best of intentions, which is really, so it's really hard to transcend this kind of anthropocentrism, which assumes that humans have intelligence, consciousness, and wisdom that really matters. But recognizing and analyzing this othering through speciesism is one thing. Challenging it in ways that lead to new ways of being in the world is quite another. Hugo has flagged the significance of non-colonial, queer, trans ontologies in kind of somehow approximating this other sense of being. But I'm starting to think more and more that it takes a tremendous leap of the imagination to be enchanted, to invoke your term, to transcend the othering by humans of the non-human. Because we're so deeply embedded in ontologies that center human intelligence, especially through what we describe as language, which is a very particular, human language is a very particular language, but the assumption is that that is language. This anthropocentric prison not only assumes that human needs must be met by instrumentalizing other species and what is often called nature out there, so humans here, nature out there, it also naturalizes how humans measure the exceptionalism. For example, through speech, language, using words, consciousness of the self that's shaped by narrative. That's a very distinctively human characteristic which is often used to measure our superiority on the evolutionary ladder. And I think this is partly what Lucinda Roy means when she concludes her poem with these lines, which Fiona already quoted, but which I'd like to repeat. These lines speak about her yearning to transcend a way of being somehow imprisoned. A new baptism she calls for. I'm quoting her here. This is the end of her poem. Free of metaphor will be mine. Water will be water. And I, a newly evolved fish, will hear the aquatic rippling of gills. To me, the deep challenge to take a leap of the imagination for a new baptism where one can be a newly evolved fish hasn't come mainly from reading feminist work, although that's been very valuable. Nor has it come from exploring scholarly traditions of post-humanism, although that's also been very valuable. But I recently saw a play at the Baxter that posed deeper challenges, and that's kind of an indication of where I find the push and the sort of way of thinking differently coming from, which links up with the discussion in the previous session of the importance of the literary and why Hugo turns to literary, and I think Lwando as well. The play is called Unruly. I don't know if anybody's seen it, and takes the form of a one-person actor's storytelling about baboons in Cape Town, how they've been driven from their natural habitats by entitled groups, acquiring more and bigger homes, how residential areas in Cape Town have steadily been encroaching on baboons' territory and becoming urban. This is such a weird phrase, the idea of an urban baboon, because humans are moving out. Anyway, it says a lot about othering and how power works. The violence of the attacks on them when certain human groups defend their sprawling properties, and also how baboons demonstrate complex forms of feeling, understanding, compassion, and organizing, even in the face of this. There are two main reasons why I'm prompted to talk about this play here. One is because it makes connections between the othering of baboons and legacies of certain humans dominating others, which is the case of the artworks, many of the artworks. The play flags colonial occupation, forced removals, and the insatiable hunger in the present for bigger properties, as well as the violent protection of large properties. It also reflects on gender hierarchies, violent masculinities, and how feminized compassion, care, and reciprocity are coded as weak or inferior. It's noteworthy, of course, that women are generally stereotyped as unruly bodies in patriarchal discourses, and black bodies are constructed as wild, dangerous, and unruly, as is the case with queer, trans, and disabled subjects and bodies. So there is an implicit unpacking in the play, not through kind of laborious analysis, but through kind of pushing you to make the connections. An implicit unpacking of how different human and animal bodies become unruly others in dominant discourses that rationalize power. But the second reason I'm mentioning the play Unruly is that it prompts audiences to imagine reciprocal connections between humans and baboons. An especially memorable moment for me in the play is when the narrator dramatizes how he, like many indigenous people from the Cape, have been guided by these animals' distinctive wisdom and intelligence. So this play made me reflect far more than much scholarship on how othering works, not only as a socio-political practice that we can challenge through language and cognition and the connected action that comes from this, but in the deeper sense of how we can navigate the world ontologically, which is, I think, what we really groping towards, through relationality, cooperation, and mutuality. Being truly non-speciest by respecting and valuing worlds, wisdom, senses, and intelligence that are not human. So, to get back to my point about a leap of the imagination in undoing the binary of the human and the non-human, I believe that we so often learn more from, for example, the performing arts, from dance. There's a dancer called Jackie Job who's extraordinary in getting us to think about this binary and how to transcend it through dance, music, the visual arts, than from academic knowledge. We can more readily be opened up to a consciousness of the self that is expansive and flowing, that is open to reciprocity and relationality, and not one that is limited by boundaries and binaries and disconnection, and the word that you also invoked, Hugo, disenchantment. I believe this invitation to know and be conscious differently is evident in many of the artworks that we'll see, that some of us have already seen, of course, where they focus on watery imagery as the element that flows through and connects us as humans and us to other bodies and the present. So by way of conclusion, I just want to raise two provocations that are really for me, because I've been thinking through them, and I think they're going to be picked up by Patricia and you as well. When we are trained as scholars, academics, researchers, and writers to value rational thought, speech, language using words, how can we be guided towards a more immersive way of being beyond othering, and possibly move to a space that many non-colonial, I don't like using the word pre-colonial, non-colonial ontologies uncover? A second provocation: how do the visual arts, and of course other art forms, how do they speak to us? And how do we do deep listening, feeling and seeing, by enlisting senses that are neglected in conventional ideas about intelligence, consciousness, and knowing? Or to put it differently and much better, through Lucinda Roy's poem, how can we be receptive to a new baptism where we can truly hear the aquatic rippling of gills?
Wow. Thank you, Desiree. Nomusa?
Okay, so reflections on justice.
Justice.
Yeah, I'm actually quite thrilled because I came here with keywords and thoughts that I had in mind in terms of what I think is justice. But Hugo's talk and Lwando, I mean, when you talked about the word trans, for me, it just clicked. Because I always thought about justice as a future that never arrives. Inevitably, there's a recurrence of injustices, right? And then we had the pleasure to actually see the exhibition you were talking about, because as you were talking about it, we were only trying to imagine what are these works, and then we saw, but seeing the exhibition, I think, was just breathtaking as well, because then we could get the sense not just of opacity, but of density and depth, and that's water. The interesting thing about water is that it always gives us the sense that there's a transparency. And when we think about justice, we want to think about fairness, but also transparency, because we understand that politics is also about the things that are not shown, are not made visible to us, right? We want the transparency. We want to know things so that we're able to fight for our rights. And I was thinking, the reason why I was thinking about justice as this sort of thing that doesn't arrive, it's always becoming, it's always on the way, is because of a project that I've been working on since 2021, which it's something that there have been other previous scholars who have worked on, and it's the land claim in a place called Everton. So some of you may know it. Everton is similar to Alexandra in the sense that these were areas where Black people had owned land, yeah. And when we started working on Everton, we were really interested in the photographs that the descendants of landowners kept. So we were interested in those archives that nobody sees, the photographs that are sitting under grandma's bed, in the shelves. We wanted to kind of bring that archive out so people can talk about what it felt like to own the land that you live on. And what it means now to have gone through the years. In the 1950s, of course, that land was expropriated by the apartheid government through a permit system that they created in order to put people in debt. And so they've had to face that injustice. And then post-apartheid, it's not like the justice arrived. It didn't. In fact, it got worse, because now people were forced to subdivide their land. So it's actually hard to pinpoint who owned what where, right? So and again, the interesting thing about land is that the sense of its concreteness, right? When we think about land and properties, it's a concrete material thing, which has material consequences. For people who don't own property, you become the homeless, faceless other, right? And then in thinking about this fluidity, it was quite interesting, But again, I mean, it's just having worked all of those years and watching people go back and forth to the courts, and then spending most of their lives, so spending an entire lifetime seeking justice and actually never getting to see it in your lifetime. So the person that initiated that court case passed away 2 years ago and never got to see, and even now, never got to see justice. So I kept thinking about what is the temporality of justice? If justice is delayed, is justice denied? I mean, this is of course a phrase that we're all very familiar with, that if justice never arrives in your lifetime, then it's not justice at all. But then again, I mean, these things are generational, right? We are the products of our society, and we are producing people who then will have to occupy the rights we're fighting for, the justice we seek. And yeah, I mean, I think I'm really happy about the fact that the talk, listening to you, enabled one to think about this notion of trans, of moving, of temporality, but that the futures arrive, but we don't always see them, right? So it's kind of changed my idea of justice as a future that never arrives, because I'm sitting with the real narratives of people who never get to see it, of the hierarchies, the class. I mean, gender is one, but I mean, there are the invisible others, the ones who nobody actually thinks about when we talk about our politics, and the spaces that we talk about it, and the languages in which we talk about justice. So in some ways, I'm kind of leaving it as an open thing, as this openness, because of course justice isn't just about, the judicial system, the law, legality, all of that. It's about repair. It's about, it's about changing ourselves too. Being able to see ourselves in collectivity as well, that it's not, justice can never be for one person, it's for the collectives, and we can't reach it if we can look over the person who doesn't have a home, or the person who will never see that kind of justice. So it's a lot to think about, I mean, in terms of that project, but also, I mean, I think my interest in photography was always about capturing time, and we always thought that we could change things representationally, that if we change the images people see, we can change their minds. But it's not always the case, because again, we're working with similar kind of iconography, of images, of codes, and there's a recurrence that I think, in some ways, I don't know if it's a kind of flow, rivers kind of have this, there's an ongoing, but I've seen this before, but it's actually not it's not quite the same thing. You never see the same river twice. But yeah, I want to sit with that notion of trans.
Thank you. There's so many words that I'm going to hold on to the words othering, other. I'm going to hold on to the word the never coming. All right, the circular, does it ever come back? But just for now, let's just quickly move on. I love how Patricia, you just looked at me. But we've got, Patricia's gonna show us a few images she's gonna talk us through a few images.
Thank you so much. And I think what I'm going to say follows on in a very interesting way from what my two companions have been saying, so thanks to them as well. And I'm here basically to do justice to my students' work. That's what I want to do here. So together with postdoctoral fellows Emma Minkley and Rui Asabuji, and our photographer colleague Eric Miller, I've been involved in a postgraduate module called Visual History, which blends theory and practice. And it's taken a planetary turn since 2022. Aspects of this work, which is on extraction and the ethics of seeing, appear in the current issue of Chronos, which I have here. I have copies available if anybody's interested, including a rich and wide-ranging conversation between our wonderful curator of today's exhibition, Rory Tsapayi, and the artist Ange Frédéric Coffey. And while I speak, I'm going to run a slideshow of our collective photo work from Hung Clip, assembled from the last couple of years, to suggest how we embarked on what Emma Minkley likes to call watery looking. So Hung Clip, with its marine reserve and coastline, and its maroon history of those who ran away from enslavement in the Cape and survived between the coastline and the mountain caves. It's a place where we still see marks of extreme exploitation and extraction, as in the kelp harvesting by very poorly paid immigrant workers under South African foremen that we encountered in our last visit there in April this year. Oh, interesting. In our current emphasis on the environment, extraction, and eco-media, we are committed to keeping notions of ecological extinction and social remaking in synchrony, so as not to leave deeply racialized and gendered histories behind in the new preoccupations with the non-human and the planetary, which can happen quite a lot, especially in the global north. It's neither ethical nor plausible to consider the impact of climate change and thinking around human, non-human relations without keeping histories of slavery, colonialism, and race layered into our immersive and experimental work. Sorry, I'm jumped actually. Oh, okay. La 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 la. Okay. Sorry, I meant to show the cover of the Chronos issue, but no matter. Would you mind just holding it up? Sorry, I would like people to see the cover. So the cover of Chronos, which is by Ange, is called First Proposition, Word, Image, and Myth. And it seeks to address some of these questions. And it's a digital photograph of luxuriant vegetation from the artist's home country, Ivory Coast, superimposed on scanned pages from Michel Rolf-Trouillot's text, Silencing the Past, in such a way that we are pulled back directly into Haitian matters. So in that cover, what is displacing what here? And we find the same issue of displacement in our experiences in Hung Clip, where the crashing of the sea speaks to sight, sound, horizontality, scale, immersion, natural forces, and within a set of human, non-human relations, being on the edge of displacement. And these lie at the core of our special issue on imaging the environment. Now, according to James Cahill, any process of anthropocentric displacement requires a perceptual pivot that shifts attention, I quote, from self-regard to non-human other. And this has suggestive ripple effects on the self-image. As John Paul Rico puts it, this is potentially, I quote, an attunement, disposition, ethos, or way of dwelling in resonance with each other and with other things in the world. Rico speaks evocatively of the openness of this exposed edge of the aesthetic ecological, which has radical implications for the self. What does this mean in terms of finitudes and futures, self and other, human and non-human? What does this mean for preservation and for thought? And I've asked some of these questions as a historian. Are conventional concepts of the archive, as well as existing categories and epistemic approaches, adequate to the challenges of thinking about the forces of history in the same frame as the forcings of nature? And those terms come from Ian Baucom. And this last question, of course, about the epistemic has also been posed by Hugo Canham this morning. As we write in our introduction to the section in Chronos devoted to imaging the environment, in Southern Africa we face formidable legacies of an assumed sovereign gaze that has clung to hegemonic white male dominance and been instrumentalized, bent on subordinating both persons and nature. It has been integral to what Ajay Scaria terms the violence of the Enlightenment. Scaria speaks of the not yet and the never of a history that has been produced by this violence, the not yet and the never, where the not yet is made up of those whose race and gender have made them the laggards of history, and where the never refers to the non-human. Almost a century ago, Siegfried Kracauer pointed out that, I quote, photography is a secretion of the capitalist mode of production, a statement with much wider implications now. Isn't that lovely, secretions? It seems we've shifted from our former student Josiah Mute's argument concerning the capitalist gaze in Zimbabwean mining photographs that peripheralized black labor and exalted geological penetration, to a deeper understanding now of the colonial and its extractive ways of seeing. Such considerations strongly inflect the concept of a black Anthropocene, which holds white supremacy, extractive capitalism, and visual cultures of disposability to account for our planetary predicament. One of our tasks has been to consider how visual technologies such as photography affect environments and vice versa. The procedures of making analog photographs with all their mechanical and chemical components have long fed off extractive processes such as mining and chemical industries. In its turn, digital photography is heavily implicated in present-day forms of extraction and massive energy consumption. As Siobhan Angus puts it in her book, Camera Geologica, resource extraction is one condition of possibility for photography and visual culture. Given that photography has an equally long record of drawing critical attention to resource exploitation, environmental destruction, and pollution through press media and artistic work that is ongoing today and in our exhibition, the question of extraction is therefore inevitably enmeshed with the ethics of seeing. We are frequently made aware of the problem even as the medium is part of the problem. Nor do these problems arise from a linear movement that is straightforward, but rather a more complex interplay that suggests profound interconnections between the natural and the cultural worlds. And that's a quotation from Angus. What is necessary is a new mode of looking, an experimental practice of visual encounter that, in turning its attention to non-human worlds, might also critically alter conceptions of human life. Such an experimental practice immediately lays bare a number of challenges. At one level, it calls for a rethinking of tenets of received wisdom in the field of visual culture, because representation can no longer be seen as something outside of us. In the Chronos issue, Tisetso Dladla argues with regard to new immersive media and technology that we can no longer stand outside the frame, and we should extend this to the frame of extraction and indeed the frame of extinction. We can no longer stand outside. So this experimental approach has demanded that we also think more about time and scale. At different scales, both microscopes and telescopes image the environment, and visual history students at UWC have sought to explore some of these propensities, albeit metaphorically, as they zoomed in and out to frame scenarios that resemble things under a microscope, or at the imaginary end of a telescope. In these playful displacements from the terrestrial to the aquatic and the planetary, we were constantly alerted to how fruitful it is to be dislodged from a humanist scale. The shape of the frame in these modes is thus amorphous and perhaps shifts us towards a more watery looking or liquid imaging in the ways that this kind of looking moves away from an enframing of the landscape and into a more immersive ocular experience. A liquid frame. This would mean to consider looking within a different format and not a fixed one either, for as Zygmunt Bauman tells us, quote, liquids, unlike solids, cannot easily hold their shape. Fluids, so to speak, neither fix space nor bind time. Bauman discerns that for liquidity, time is more significant than space. He says, fluids do not keep to any shape for long and are constantly ready and prone to change it. And so for them, it is the flow of time that counts more than the space they happen to occupy. That space, after all, they fill but for a moment. And I'm just including a photograph from Santu Mofokeng that has taught us a great deal in thinking through this issue. In our work along what Rico calls the eco-aesthetic edge, a text we found provocative and productive to think with here was Jeff Wall's short essay on photography's liquid intelligence. It's only 2 pages long, and it's a kind of requiem to analog photography as the digital turn took hold, marking out a phase of prospective loss and reminding us of the wet components of the histories of the experimental assemblage that came to constitute photography. There are the dry mechanical parts and the lens associated with the camera itself, and then there are the wet processes involved in filmic reception and its chemical development into negative and positive images. And I want to briefly quote Marianne Hirsch and Leon Spitzer in their book on liquid time. Wall wanted to complicate the pervasive view of photography as an inexorable apparatus and tool of ideological power and domination, embodying a dry and thus unalterable optical and technological intelligence. In highlighting photography's liquid intelligence instead, he revealed its connection to nature and water, and thus the contingencies, effective registers, and possibilities for change of the photographic image-making process. So this is not to measure time dryly. What's also germane to consider is that, like the mechanical parts of the camera, the language of photography was manufactured. And from around the 1880s, it began to take on terms from gun production, such as load and shoot, take and capture. And the term snapshot actually comes from hunting and sniping with rifles. Some camera components drew on techniques that were perfected at the Colt factory in Massachusetts. But previously, before this, maybe it's non-colonial. In the first decades of photography, there were terms like receive, make, and view, not point and shoot, take and capture. So there's also been a drying out of the terminology. But the liquid parts persist, I would say. And I want to end with a still from Rui Asabuji's wonderful film celebrating the life of Lisette Shirime, called The Art of Life. And at a moment when Lisette is walking on the beach in the wind, she says that she has gone through a great deal, but she is now as strong as water, and she can bend and be fluid. So let me end there. Thank you very much.
I'd like to tie each of your conversations into three main things. Other, like I said, from you, Desiree, and Nomusa, I've changed my mind. I'm going to go for your question on the concrete. And I'm only changing my mind because of what? It's Patricia's fault. So I'm going to take the concreteness, your idea on concreteness from you. And Patricia, and the not yet and never. I'd like to take that. And ask the question, firstly, when we think about, I don't know if you've ever seen the liquid frame of the earth. Have you ever seen that graphic where they only show water and the rivers and they remove land? Yeah, I should have actually done a find of the image. And at the same time, I'm also going back to high school biology, the blood frame of a human body, when all the concreteness is removed. And I'm going to now speak to biopolitics because it's, sorry, Hugo, I'm going back to, you have to go through someone to explain something. Foucauldian capillaries of power, and take these three terms and concreteness and not yet never and othering, and think of the earth with just its liquid frame and the human body and just its liquid frame, and ask you, how do we disrupt neoliberal function of taking over, of, of, what's the word that we used earlier? Contaminating. How do we do that when we think of, how do we unother? How do we move away from the concreteness? How do we undo the not yet? How do we take away the never and allow everything and everyone the not yet?
I was thinking as Premesh was doing his talk and Hugo was doing his talk of work that was done by Kumkum Sangari, post-colonial critic in the late 80s, who talks about the politics of the possible. And for me, what is particularly important is when that is spoken about, the politics of the possible. Because, I mean, in many ways, we're talking about what is our new left politics? I mean, that's very reductive. What is our new left politics? How do we move beyond the cycles? And, you know, the languages that we've been using to talk about justice and moving and radicalism and freedom are just so restrictive. And there's a way in which I think there's such an urgent need to rethink our language, which is why I think the importance of other archives, other ways of thinking and coming to know the world and thinking about how we navigate the world. So, I mean, for me, there's certainly not a clear, that's not a direct answer, but I suppose I'm thinking about what are the new languages that we can use to deal with the complexity of this kind of envisioning of a world beyond extractivism. What I think is, I was saying to Lwando will know this, because yesterday we had a class and we were talking about just the problem with that word intersectionality. Because, I mean, intersectionality gets you to tick these boxes, and then, you know, a whole lot of things are left out. So we're talking about a refusal, which is the politics of refusal, but at the same time we're thinking about the politics of the possible. But how do we talk about the politics of the possible when our framework is just so restrictive? So not a kind of direct answer, but sort of, yeah, my response.
I think I also won't be answering it directly. So capillaries of power, and the word that we're keeping is concreteness. I mean, I think because I was referring to it in terms of property, this very notion of owning things is a problem. And I think it keeps perpetuating the problems because, you know, there was a time when only mainly men could own particular things. And so the ownership extended to women, and then it was not just property extended to women, extended to slaves and so on. But it continues, and we're not really fighting this. I mean, it's not, we wake up every morning and we're all aspirational beings. I want to get a job. I want to buy a house and own it. And then I'm going to get a domestic worker. Why are we not changing ourselves? I mean, I think that's the first, you know, so in Everton, this was the example that I was thinking, because I had a crew, a video camera of videographers and, you know, all genders. But when it came to coming into some houses, even though we were wearing pants, suddenly we had to take head wraps, put head wraps on, tie some cloths around ourselves because we can't walk into certain spaces while we're wearing pants. You know, and we had to sort of come down from our academic pedestals just so we can talk to people, because those are the codes of respect in particular spaces. And so we revert back to the gender roles and stereotypes, and, you know, the male members of our team could sit at the table while the women members of our team had to go and make tea. And I mean, this is not a long time ago. This is just 2 years ago. And you know, so there's a I think there's a way in which these things become so deeply entrenched that I think there's a self-reflexivity that's required of all of us in understanding the way that power works, but also that, you know, the societies that we inhabit also channel us into configuring our worlds in a particular way. So I love this politics of possibility, because it's also about how do we then embody those possibilities, but how do we do that with generations that still believe in old forms of gender and identity and so on. You know, it's difficult. It really is. I mean, and we ourselves can be progressive about it, but once you go back, I mean, just going back home a few weeks ago, it's the same thing. The women are cooking, washing dishes. But how do we change this? But yes, I mean, the issue I think for me is property. And the thing about water, although of course there are the sort of political economy arguments around the privatization of water and so on, it always kind of felt like water isn't ownable. Of course it is, but that was, I think, the thing about the sense that human beings can own and therefore control and therefore measure everything that's around them and the environment that's around them. Water reminds us that we're actually not capable of doing it. And until we bring ourselves down to understanding that, I think we begin to engage in the politics of possibility.
You really like throwing difficult questions out, don't you? It's just wonderful. So when you mentioned, you picked up on concreteness, and you picked up on the not yet and the never, and also something that Nomusa said really powerfully, I think, about the way visual culture and photographs in particular seem to surge in floods, and we think we're looking at something the same, but it's only similar. And so I'm trying to put together a few connections here, which will certainly not answer your question, but anyway. So when you were mentioning concreteness, I thought of concrete, and reverting to Premesh's love of the anecdote, I went to the Venice Biennale at the invitation of some friends, and I went to the German pavilion where there was a long queue to get into the most desired part of the exhibition, which was a tower that was meant to represent housing of Turkish immigrant workers who I think had lived next to a cement factory. And it was filled with plaster dust, and it was just dusty and terrible, and everybody was in grey clothing and coated in muck. And I actually thought, this is so strange because this looks like a scene out of Gaza. But nobody was saying those words. And there is the disintegration of the concreteness that is going on in front of us, where the not yet are becoming the never, actually. And with reference to your point about the sort of the river of the images that go by, and how do we work with representation, I was noticing that in the output of photographs from Gaza, that what seemed to coincide with certain countries beginning to change their tune, the UK and others, about how to respond to what's happening in Gaza, it coincided with the appearance of a particular set of photographs, in particular a portrait of a mother in black whose most of her hair is covered, her body is covered in black, and against a very dull backdrop, she's holding her very sick child, and you only see the back, you see the vertebrae and the ribs. And I did some looking around, and I picked up that photograph appearing all over the world. And when I looked a little further, I saw 2 photographers had photographed her and her 2 boys, who were very, very ill. And one, I really apologize, I've forgotten their names. One works for Associated Press, the other works for Reuters. And I saw the coincidence between her image and this changing of the tune, and I thought, has that photograph helped to turn the tide? Now, in my own work, I really resist this discussion of icons and iconization. I really don't. I'm tired of the migrant mother story from the Depression era. But I actually am beginning to wonder if there's something about her and the way she does not show the full extent of her child's suffering because he's turned around. It's possible to look at it, and it is turning the tide. And so that's my kind of little synaptic jumps to your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Patricia. We've got time. We've got a bit of a problem with time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to 15. So I'm going to open it up to the floor.
Marase, thank you. Allow me to be obedient to the Dolomite who is shouting from Handklip at me. And for those of you that know science, knows that rock holds water. And in science, geology, must you study van rocks. It's called old water. And so I would just like to share with you some connections. So out of Handklip, we call for the justice that the speaker says is yet to come or is happening. And I connect that to Prof. Desiree, who spoke about unruly and how the spaces of extraction of who is seeing and who is taking, and the language of photography, of which I am complicit as a photographer and an artist, and how the words about capture, snap, and shoot, particularly on a space like Handklip, which you know, old water screams at the violence from human and non-human on that space. And so from the Dolomites and old waters, the quotas, the fish, the connections about what you spoke is work that is about justice. And like you spoke, Sisi, about the land and how land and water is connected, and how that justice is something that we wait on. And even when people are unruly, and even if people are seeing the connections to standing up and organisms shouting for their existence in that space, it is about who's seeing, who's capturing, who's being seen. And so these are just some of the connections I wanted to share with you this afternoon, and in solidarity to say I to Handklip. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Patricia, since you invoked Ian Bocom, I was thinking about that formulation in Spectres of the Atlantic, where he says, I think he's quoting Benjamin, that time never passes, it accumulates. And it brought to mind, you know, the ways in which stasis becomes a kind of figuration that I think this conversation on water is trying to break out of. And so that in every way we think about this place with all its truth and reconciliation processes, that what it's produced is a condition of stasis, no movement. And it's reproduced the divided city in all manner of speaking. So water here is doing a certain kind of political work that I think it might be worth kind of paying attention to. But I'm also a bit, I do want to put this caution out there, and that the sensory, I mean, I was trying to make this point earlier, has been co-opted by power. In fact, neoliberalism would not be neoliberalism if it wasn't for the kind of complete capture of the sensory. And I mean, this wonderful book by Quinn Slobodian called Hayek's Bastards. I mean, I had a stronger title for that, but is indicative of that. So the question here is, I'm thinking about Delinda Collier's book, Media Primitivism. And as I see it, it's a tough read. She's trying to recall something of the fetish object. And what she's done in the first chapter is suggested that at least one iteration of critique, Marx, Freud, Nietzsche, was resting on an idea of fetishism that tied it to the commodity. But somehow the commodity has slipped out of view, and there is another reckoning with the kind of second secret of the fetish object. And so when we turn to water, I mean, I'm also thinking about Nong Ahuse and looking out at the oceans and wanting the kind of, you know, the liberators of the Xhosa who were subjected to grey to return, that the oceans have been places of a certain enigma. And I'm wondering whether there's a way in which the aesthetic and the enigmatic are converging here for us to think a little bit about how to exceed the limits of stasis. I mean, it's a kind of wide open question, but I'm just wondering, you know, given that time is so constraining now, or at least that the speed has meant that there's a debilitating sense of inhabiting the present through because of new technologies. Can we find in this metaphor of water another kind of enigmatic way of thinking about critique?
Thank you. Nomusa, you've make reference to the disconnection at times between us as academia and also the real life experiences or the multiplicity of lives that we live or their dualities. And I sort of like to direct this question to you. How do you think we can at best handle these real life contradictions that while in an attempt to come up with alternative solutions to confront and resolve our challenges, but we also find ourselves trapped in the same realities that we are trying to undo. And I'm making reference to this. Hugo is in a project of rehumanizing and repairing ancestral human remains that are in its collections. To this effect, there were remains that were collected in the 20th century as part of a race-based project, mainly of the Khoi and the San. So with engagements with communities in the Northern Cape, after a long discussion, then they decided to switch and speak in the San languages, the cliques, and they were laughing, seriously laughing at us. And later on, we were told that we are complicating a simple process of reburial, consultations, big families, whereas as far as they understood, if somebody has passed on, this is a simple reburial exercise and lives moved on. And here we, from the city, that's the way that they used, we're trying to come up with a complex way of rehumanizing and reburying people because we have these grand ideas, we've studied the archive, this is how we think this should be done, though we are consulting but not consulting. And so there's a disconnect between, in terms of their cultural practices, what they would sort of like to do, and what we seem to be imposing through the notion of consulting. And also linking that with your experience, therefore, how do we bridge these boundaries, or how do we, you alluded that they are permeable, and are they really permeable? Thank you.
I think let's close off with those questions, and within answering the two questions and maybe responding to the comment that Sherry made, and give final reflections on the last maybe one small part to say, how do we then reimagine justice in order to not just repair, but to resist? Shall we close off like that?
In some ways, this is a way of responding to Premesh's question and part of what the last speaker raised, and also your invitation. I think, so often we are speaking increasingly about how to reconceptualize a sense of self, of the human subject, the human embodied subject, and how to rethink how that subject has been imagined. Not since the Enlightenment, but for many centuries, in the discourses, in the languages, in the theorizing we have inherited. And stepping outside of that is something that I think we are constantly struggling to do. And I'm acutely aware, yes, Premesh, you are absolutely right, the instrumentalizing of the creative and the co-optation of the sensory has been huge in perpetuating power. And I think with digitization and the enlisting of other ways of circulating meanings, it's still a site that needs to be contested. At the same time, I think part of this process of not only thinking about justice and freedom in the usual language of the left, which is in collectivist terms, which is in kind of clear-cut social-political terms, we are also struggling to reimagine the self. Who am I? And what are the transcend the usual boundaries of thinking about the self. And I do think that it is not going to come through, that kind of reimagining just doesn't come through learning in the academy. It doesn't. I want to go and see the artworks. I want to, go and see a play. And it's also got a lot to do with my age. Sorry, I'm old. So I'm kind of tired and jaded, and, I want to do different things. But I find myself most moved by, knowledges and ways of seeing that are not in books and articles and stuff.
I love that. Thank you so much for the image that you offered, you know, that rock holds water, but also water shapes rock, which is quite interesting because you have this way the concrete can actually become moldable. But yeah, I mean, likewise, I agree that the struggle for the sense of self, we don't recognize ourselves, you know? Did I make this choice because I intrinsically wanted something, or is it because internet, AI is telling me that is so? And, you know, so we've gotten to a point where the recognition of self is no longer there. Yeah. I want to go directly to the question about, is it possible? And I mean, I want to admit that I don't know. Initially, I used to think that, look, if we change the way that space is configured, then it might, you know, things might change the way that we relate to each other. Because space is gendered, space is racialized, space is class defined, and if we shift all of that, then things will change. But that's not the case, because it's also about people's beliefs, perceptions, habits, and so on. I realized we used to talk about instituting differently, which is, I guess, what Izigo is trying to do. Let's institute differently. Because, you know, institutions are not just the institutions of higher education. Institutions are cultural, are religious, and so on. And that if we start instituting differently, then we may be able to shift things. So we're not talking on different planes and then imposing things, you know, because actually we occupy different spaces, and actually we're doing different things, but we're trying to address the same problem. And I must admit, I actually don't think I have a solution. I used to think, you know, that changing space would do everything, but we're not changing the cultural institutions. We're not, you know, the religious institutions aren't changing. The sad thing, I mean, when you were talking about the you know, that you were thinking, because you were reading, you're looking at the archives, and you thought maybe if you do a reburial in a particular way and there's a particular ritual, but, you know, in order to respect that. But now, if you're talking to the people, they're just like, no, this is too complicated. It reminded me of the way in which we, you know, even in Everton, it was like, if this is simple, if we just, you know, contact this person, contact that person, get this legal advice and do that. And people were like, actually, there's a whole community organization that's been happening. But the problem is they've factionalized because everyone is scrambling for power. The idea is that the one who can claim to have been the first to have initiated the land claim, that's going to be the one with power. So now you have different little claimant groups that have popped up, and almost all of them have this gender hierarchy. And then you have these sort of tribal chiefs that have sort of, and I mean, even people there say, we never had tribal chiefs here. But suddenly there are tribal chiefs, because now this part of legislation has been moved to what they call the Khoisan Act, and now they're looking for a tribal chief or someone who's elected by the community to speak for the community, whereas that was never the case, because Everton, you had individual landowners who hold title deed, and people coming from different parts of the country, and even in the States, who owned parts of land there. So there wasn't like a tribal, so now you have tribal chiefs in leopard skin, leopard print, with queens sitting next to them, all of them talking about the same land and writing to the Minister of Human Settlements and sharing those documents on WhatsApp groups. So how do we get this re-concretization of gender into this cultural idea, and that now gets formulated into this fight for justice? So you have new injustices bubbling from nowhere, and you still think you're fighting that thing, and then suddenly you hit for a 6 and you realize, my goodness, what are we up against? So actually, I don't even, and I think it's okay for people to say, I don't know. I think we can't know everything, but that's the beauty of living, is that we can't know everything. But it is a challenge, and I fully recognize it.
I also want to thank, just to hear about Handklip in those terms was really so beautiful and poetic and powerful and really humbling. So thank you so much for that. And just to pick up, it's not an answer, Premesh, but this is owed to Emma, who's sitting right here. She should probably be up here, actually. But that passage from Baucom about time never passes, it accumulates, was reworked in our text to say it thickens with the more liquid kind of inframings that we were trying. So we were trying to grope towards a new language that is very, very challenging. But somehow, and this is in the spirit of what you said, Desiree, that instead of that dry reading, going out into a place like Handklip and just letting yourself receive does different work, and I advocate more of it. Thank you.
I think this marks the end of this session, and just before we move off, well, maybe we should also just close off by saying thank you, Patricia, thank you, Desiree, thank you, Nomusa. Thank you. I think we're all walking away here more inspired to become more like water. Never concrete, never here nor there, but everywhere.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm Patricia Hayes. I work at the Centre for Humanities Research, and I have a modest little job, which is to introduce Rory Tsapayi very briefly, because he's going to introduce the artists. So just to say, Rory joined us a few years ago as part of the Zeitz-Mocha first cohort of curatorial fellows in the Africa program that we do together with our colleagues at the museum. And Rory flourished and thrived in somehow amidst all the experimentation. And so I got to know Rory through the visual history module, which he attended, and some of his work is registered in our Handklip homage. Rory comes from Zimbabwe and was educated there, and then went to do a master's degree at Northwestern University, where he encountered some very interesting art history, and he switched to that subject, and he is now set on a course as a scholar, a student, a curator, and I'm not going to say anything more than that, because you will get to hear more about Rory. So thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. You'll not hear too much more about me, because it's about these two wonderful artists here who are joining us today and who are showing work in the exhibition, And I, a Newly Evolved Fish. So I'm joined today by Zeneka Singh and Jody Brand, two Cape Town-based artists who I'm also lucky enough to call friends. I don't have like formal bios, but we did have a nice little conversation outside about also keeping this casual. So maybe I can share briefly an introduction of what I know of these two wonderful women. So Jody, I met in 2022 through kind of network of friends and artsy people in Cape Town. And I've always been really struck by Jody's practice, and I think more than anything, her very tender sensibility. I think I first came to know you as a photographer, but I'm so glad that my understanding of your practice has really been expanded because the work that you do is so expanded, often starting in a photographic place, but I think really sort of you make work that that leans into softness and into noticing and into presence, and whether you're making assemblage sculptures, new objects, photographs, if you're intervening in space, I think something that you consistently bring to all of the projects that you do is a real attentiveness, not only to place, but also to the stakes of the work that we do. And that's something I respect immensely. And I'm looking forward to getting into talking about your work a bit more. There has been much discussion of the Paradise Pickles already today. And then there's Zeneka, who is a much newer friend. We got to know each other through the course of this project. I first encountered Zeneka's work kind of through the digital grapevine, and then in person for the first time at a beautiful exhibition curated by Seth Kricker, who's over here. I saw these ships that Zeneka made, and something went off in my brain, and I was really inspired to reach out to learn more about you and your practice, and I'm so happy and so proud with what we've realized for this exhibition. So what we're going to do today is have a conversation about the work in the show and about our watery concerns, but maybe just to ground the exhibition a little bit, I'd sort of like to explain how I got here and how this came to be. So I'm here on the very gracious invitation of Tamara Sheffer and Lwando Scott, who last year reached out to me, not entirely sure why, but they did, reached out to me with the invitation to curate a group exhibition of South African artists with watery concerns, and really inviting me to think with the visual arts and to think with water in ways that can undo and blur and submerge and surface all new types of ways of thinking and being. But I'd been thinking about water for some time before this invitation came along, and that's totally credited to the work of Patricia Hayes, Emma Minkley, Rui Asubuji, and Eric Miller in the Visual History course on Photography and the Anthropocene in 2022. Through the work of these amazing UWC scholars, as well as reading critical work by people like Jeff Wall, Sean Michelle Smith, and Pindi Mnyaka, I received a really generous invitation to watery looking and also watery thinking, and I've really been caught in this current ever since. And lastly, and with Premesh's cautions about the sensory notwithstanding, Desiree asked the panel this question about what language we can use and create for the politics of the new left. And I do not have an answer for this massive question, but it did bring to mind this concept of senti pensante, which I first came to through the work of the Colombian artist and river defender Carolina Caicedo, but it's a concept theorized by Laura Irendon. And senti pensante, of course, breaks down into two parts. So you have senti, the sensory, the sentimental and the sensational, and pensante, like the thought, the pensive. And so senti pensante is essentially a type of thinking feeling, which sort of validates both types of knowledge production, not only the intellectual and the cerebral, but the sensory, the embodied, and then the deeply felt. And so I'm really glad to be part of a community of scholars where this type of thinking, feeling is not only allowed but truly encouraged, which I think is something that we can't take for granted in academic spaces. And I think it's water that gives us such a rich vocabulary and a whole world of metaphor to think and feel with. And so this exhibition is not only an invitation to think with water, but to feel with it, and to heed Lucinda Roy's invitation in the poem to become newly evolved fish, and to hear the aquabatic rippling of gills. I love that closing line because it's truly about immersion in the water and sort of opening oneself up to a whole new world of watery sensation. And so Hugo Canham, in his excellent keynote, which again, thank you so much for the thoughtfulness that you brought to all of the artworks and artists in the exhibition, you mentioned that anecdote is the most present form of knowledge and that it allows us to articulate things in more embodied ways. And so, Zeneca and Jody, I thought we could start this conversation with an anecdote. And please, whichever one of you would like to go first, could you share with us a memory of the ocean?
Something just came up for me right now, so I had a really difficult last 5 years, but it's kind of like for me the school of hard knocks, and there's a lot of wisdom there. But I just want to acknowledge that starting point. During COVID, a lockdown when all of the beaches were closed, I was in Kleinmond. It was New Year's Eve, and my uncle was in. Why is the name escaping me now? I'm having a moment, but I'm going to get back to it. He called us and he let us know that there were no police at the beach and that we should come to the beach. And it's one of, the most really, I feel like, embodied memories for me that I can connect to a feeling of just being part of everything, and also my insignificance within all of it. To be on a completely empty beach and feel the waves move through you is to know that I'm everything and also nothing. And the freedom in that. And the blessing of being able to connect to that feeling and remember.
For me, it's been, I've been quite blessed to have a home quite near to the beach, so it's a more soothing memory for me. So it kind of just brings me back to home, where I would watch the most beautiful sunrises on the southeast coast in Potchefstroom, a small ghost town. But it also reminds me of my grandmother, who would sometimes visit us, and then she'll sit on in our lounge suite and she'll fall asleep to the sounds of the ocean. And it's just been a calming presence for me. I just keep thinking about that. But I think I'm also just thinking about my grandmother a lot recently, because she has passed a few months ago.
Thank you both, and I'm sorry for your loss, Zeneca. And I think what I hear in both of these is, of course, this sort of soothing, balming quality that the ocean has, but it's interesting that you both kind of brought up an aspect of access, sort of the ease of access that you were able to enjoy in your youth, living close to the coast in Potchefstroom, but then also the limits to access that the lockdowns here during the pandemic sort of caused. And, South Africa, and this is something that is explored in the exhibition, South Africa has a long and torrid history with access in general, but this comes to bear in very specific ways on the beach, not only sort of through the racialized and spatial policing of the beach, but of course extensive forced removals of coastal communities of color for the inland in the Cape. And so I think that's just quite something worth noticing, is that I think when we talk about the beach and the coast in South Africa, it so often comes back to questions of access, which is not what I necessarily had on the cards to talk about with the both of you today. And the reason that I thought this would be a very generative conversation is because throughout the process of working on this exhibition, I've thought about your work sort of quite in quite close conversation. Because I think at the core, both of your projects are really about memory, and maybe not even specifically memory, but the work of remembering in quite an active way. And what's so exciting to me is that you both sort of use alternative or unexpected materials, and specifically liquidy materials, to sort of to do this memory work. So of course, Jody, you're doing this preservation work with the pickles, which is an inherently sort of liquid and fluid process. And Zaneka, I think your work with sugar, even though it often ends up in sort of solid form, there are so many sort of liquidy processes that happen in your practice. And we'll get into these projects for sure, but maybe my first question to you, Zaneka, as I mentioned, I first encountered your work at Seth's show, where you had made these sugar ships. And so I'd like to ask you how the Indian Ocean and the South African East Coast inform your practice, but more specifically, your area of historical interest and research.
Thanks, Rory. So, well, just being from the South East Coast as well, doing a lot of my secondary schooling there, I always remembered in my youth, I always had these deep questions about my identity, kind of borderline existential crisis, because I didn't know what it was. I didn't really understand who I was, and also these classifications being imposed onto me, being a born free South African Indian woman. I also didn't really find a lot of point of connections to this term Indian. I felt like I wasn't a proper Indian because I'm not religious, or I don't look like the most Indian person ever. I can't speak Hindi or whatnot. And it was thankfully through my undergrad and being exposed to scholarly discourse where I kind of found tools to have deeper, be able to find ways to research and answer these questions that I've always had. And it was only then when I actually found out, I'm a descendant of indentured laborers. My dad, who was 50 at the time, he didn't know he came from indentured laborers. And so it was a whole point of inquiry from there going forward. Because of the whole history of indentured Indians in South Africa isn't very well known, or it's very misconstrued, that prompted my investigation into it to also kind of understand this historical trauma that I felt, or that emotional burden of it, but I didn't know what it was. So through that, I was able to kind of make sense of it. And the sugar ships was actually my very first work about it, and thinking about the very first, the SS Chiro, and last ship, the SS Mlazi, that had set sail, and casting them in a sugar glass where it's in this constant state of fluidity, while at different points of crystallization where the sugar glass is kind of doing its own thing, which I found to be quite interesting. And from there, it's just been understanding the medium more, kind of becoming the sugar artist, but happily so. If you asked me in 2022 if I'm going to continue sugar, I would have said no, but I found at least 5 different ways now, which is quite exciting. And the sugar has kind of led me to understand more about my present being a descendant of this history, and picturing the afterlife. And it's quite fluid, and I'd like to keep it that way, where it's this constant engagement with this material, because it's speaking about myself and the broader community and history. And yes, thank you for saying that. My practice is hopefully engaging about this active process of remembering. Yeah.
Could you say a little bit more about these 5 or 6 techniques? Not necessarily all 5 or 6, but
yeah.
I mean, I'm in constant technical awe of what you do.
Yeah.
It's like an alchemy, so if you could.
Yeah, weird scientist and pastry chef combined in one. So the first way was sugar glass. It's just a matter of heating up sugar and water to different temperatures so that it crystallizes. And the longer you heat it, it would essentially become caramelized. And if you continue to do that process, the water will evaporate, and that's how you make molasses. And it's interesting in terms of the different points in which you cast the sugar glass, where it starts to do its own thing where it would cast and be quite solid and it'll become more opaque, or it becomes more translucent and it starts to melt away and it becomes ephemeral. And a very interesting process of trying to preserve it, but I'm not sure if I quite like the idea of preserving it. I want it to be in flux. And another way has been making a sugar paste, where it's like kneading together icing sugar and rose water. It's kind of like the OG way of making fondant, and it's interesting. I found that through a recipe of these Renaissance artists that used to make these sugar sculptures for kings and queens, and they'd sit and contemplate them. So I kind of tweaked that recipe myself to make paintings entirely out of sugar and painting with molasses and staining things with molasses as well. I don't always make my own molasses, but I always accidentally do because I like to multitask in studio, and then there's a lot of smoke and setting off fire alarms unintentionally. And recently, I've also been submerging things in a very dense sugar water solution where the material submerged starts to crystallize. And it's quite interesting how sticky sugar is. Newsflash. Yeah.
Thank you. I like what you said as well about sort of the agency that sugar, and I think especially in its various liquid forms, it sort of introduces its own agency and contingency into the work, which already sort of shifts the way that we think about history, right? Not as something totally determined, but in flux, to borrow a word from Patricia, something very ambivalent. And Jody, I think your historical liquid work has also been very in flux and has changed a lot since the last time I saw it. So I first encountered the Paradise Pickles at your really incredible solo show at Leuvenhof Estate at the end of 2022. This is, of course, contemporarily the residence of the Western Cape Premier, but in previous centuries housed incarcerated slaves. Housed is not the right word to use in that instance. And so you exhibited in the former slave quarters of the estate. And so I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about what it was like working at that site and how you came to sort of the form of the pickle jar to pay homage and to remember the formerly enslaved at that site.
I just want to connect with when you were speaking about identity and as a born free. I often have this thing with my mother where she's like, "Why are you so angry?" But there's this knowing that's present within our bodies. And it's in getting to understand our history that I've been able to understand myself on a deeper level. And so I came into the space knowing the story of how it came to be. And the space was used before that as a conference room. And the people who work on the property found out about the history of the space. And they were horrified. They were absolutely horrified that this space that was previously home to enslaved people who we share ancestry with is now used as a conference room for the Premier. And so, as a token of good faith, the Premier offered it back to the people as a space of remembrance. And so, yeah, just speaking again to the idea of presence and energy. The space held an energy, whether we were aware of it always or not. It was there. And so, yeah, I think I feel a little bit challenged being in an academic space because I work with feelings. I work with feelings as facts. And I don't need to do research to affirm myself. I know myself. So yeah, it's about exactly what we've been talking about here, trying to find new languages, new ways of speaking to things we can't see or place, but we know it's there. And so if you're the sugar artist, I think in a very feral way, I became a mad scientist when it came to approaching this work, in that I just worked intuitively. And I was in this space, and this, again, came from my experience of COVID, where I was triggered by the scarcity anxiety that lived within my body. It was like, oh my God, how am I going to survive? And the only way I found to metabolize this was to sit and chop vegetables and make acha. And so instead of speaking about concepts, I started to embody what does this actually mean and look like. And it was just me slowing down time, following nature, and understanding that the same with the pickle, I know how to survive because my existence is evidence that I come from people who knew how to survive. And so those are the things that are present and living within those pickles, and they were in that space for way longer than they were supposed to by some chance. And I won't name names or presences, but yeah, I went to collect the work after the exhibition had ended, and I just couldn't find them, so I left. And I got an email a year later saying, come fetch your stuff. And I was like, what? Like the horror of thinking what monstrosities they have become in this very hot space that has this presence within it. And yeah, you will get to experience that when you see the exhibition. I like something, I guess the internalized shame in me was like, I need to get rid of these and like dispose of them, and the horror and disgust. Then I was like, there's something magical that's happened here. And you know what I did with that magic? I put it in my garage. I was like, I need to hold on to this. But when you sent those questions earlier, something came up for me now when I was sitting there, that I've been holding this like in a dark corner in my garage. And this is what we also do with our painful histories, is we store them in these places and then don't look at them again, and they fester. And I think what speaks to me the most about water is being in a liminal space, where you can be open to different ways of being. Yeah.
Thank you. I think there's something so powerful there, and it was what really drew me to the work when this show came around, was that curiosity exactly about what might have festered or fermented or shrunk or swollen. Like, I didn't know sort of the state of things in those jars all these years later. And they're so exciting because they are very much alive, right? Like they are really living micro ecosystems, micro aquatic systems in there. I mean, there's this one jar that's developed that really thick, jelly, gooey SCOBY on top. And I mean, it's so strange that these three heavy, very present jars could somehow have disappeared for a year. But I think you're picking up on something that I think there was an energy at Löwenhof that needed and wanted those objects to stay and to linger and to fester. And maybe they also needed their time in the dark and then to come back out. And I think there's just something so powerful to me about these objects, these paradise pickles, these jars, one of their many functions is that they're a memorial object, but they totally flip the idea of a static memorial on their head. You know, they remain vital, they remain in movement, even if it's imperceptible in the instant. They're sort of constantly changing and constantly growing. And I like that you talk about survival as well, because I think that's a kind of testament to survival, to endurance. There's a mural just on Great Moore Street here that says heritage is for the one who preserves. And I mean, all the time that I'm working here, like Balmoral is my lunchtime spot for a pie or something like that. So I always walk past it. And since having the privilege of having your work on site, I feel like there's this nice little conversation here too, especially as Balmoral is also where I get my achar. So it's like there's this beautiful sort of triangle of preservation. And Zeneka, your work also, as you mentioned, like changes over time. I mean, you first showed these pieces as part of your MFA show at the end of last year, Browning the Archive. And when we unwrapped the pieces the other day for install, you seemed surprised, but I hope also pleased by the ways they've even sort of changed while sitting in wait of their next exhibition. And so, yeah, I'm really drawn to the sort of these active memory objects. You know, they stay in flux, they stay moving, and they're responsive to their environments, whether it's environments of display or environments of storage. There's something really dynamic happening there. My next question, in fact, is also for Jody. Just to come back to this question of identity. We've been talking a lot about the ocean today, but I know the rivers of the Cape are also quite important sites for you, and I believe it's the Black and the Liesbeek rivers, if I didn't get that wrong.
Yeah, that's right. My mother and her family on both sides were from Black River. And they were forcibly removed from that area. And I had the opportunity to connect with my mother, my grandmother. She had severe dementia. And when people have dementia, they often refer back to their childhood. And she had this really romantic memory of her childhood, of the great, vast escapes that she could just walk and be completely free, and about the garden that she was able to create, that she had space to make a garden. And then it was only later, in speaking to my mother, that I understood what that actually looked like, where my grandmother, she was basically living in a tent, and was living in extreme poverty. But this relationship with the land and with nature was so strong that she was able to change that very painful reality into something beautiful. I just want to be present with the pain that's there, because it hurts that was taken from us. But at the same time, knowing that we are always able to access it in building and reconnecting with the land. Yeah, and so, yes, I have this relationship with the Black River, and I was working at church, and Hussein was asking me, what could a portrait of a landscape be? Yeah? And that's how I approached taking that picture of Black River, is trying to connect to this feeling that my grandmother had when she was connected to the land. And knowing that that is our true identity. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that and for being so vulnerable. I really appreciate that. As you were sort of speaking about your grandmother in her youth and this type of expansive freedom in spite of material conditions, the type of freedom that she could enjoy, I was reminded of a strong element in your work, Zen, which is fugitivity and escape and sort of searches for freedom. Maybe you could share a little bit more about the women's histories that are sort of at the heart of your installation.
Thanks, Rory. Yeah, so the installation is titled Finding a Sweet Escape. And there's just a smaller iteration here. But the installation was inspired by stories of indentured women who were running away from sugar estates, and you could hear their jewelry clinking in the distance. And what I wanted to do with this installation is to capture that moment of either them just being caught because of the sounds of their jewelry, or that moment of just being free and being able to escape. But I was also just really interested in that idea of agency and what is the exact agency that they had, because as much as, or just as traumatic as this history of indenture is, I didn't want to paint the histories of indentured women as a victim. Wanted to honor their subversive acts of self-making and making do with what they could. And just for a little bit of context, with doing the little research that I had, I always found women were positioned at the periphery of historiography, and I just wanted to center their voices and also reckon with matriarchal lineages and my unknown maternal ancestors as well. But I found that colonial attitudes towards Indian women as well have put them in quite a vulnerable position. So, I mean, on the one hand, there's the sugar barons' interest of exploiting a cheap labor force. So they actually viewed women as dead stock or dead weight because they weren't ideal for doing the menial labor of cane cutting and cane cultivation. But then on the other hand, they also had to deal with the pressures of post-abolitionist movements where they had to make indenture seem like it's a legitimate practice. So they had to bring women into the colony to assert some sort of social life in the colony. So there's this twofold nature of women, both their productive labor and their reproductive labor. And they actually wanted sex quotas of 50-50 men and women, but that was very difficult to fulfill because of the whole social taboos around sea traveling and also Hindu rich patriarchal views of Indian women's roles. It didn't. It was completely discouraged to travel on the sea. It's a complete breaking of caste as well. So, sorry, the point that I'm making. Oh, so it was very difficult to get women. And so they even had to adjust these sex quotas to, for every 100 men, there had to be 30 women. So women were also quite a scarcity, further heightening their vulnerability in the colony. And on top of that, they didn't want Indian families or workers to settle. So as much as the colonial government had set all of these laws and regulations in place to control and surveil indentured and passenger Indians in Natal, they also couldn't fully fledge these laws because that would kind of preface the fact like, oh, they can settle here, but that wasn't their intent. So it was in those loopholes actually that indentured women could kind of desert without repercussions. That's in the case that they don't get caught, because then things would go down. So it was interesting in terms of like Indian customary laws that would be imposed where Indian wives actually weren't recognized as wife because they were officiated by Islamic or Hindu rituals, and only Christian marriages were recognized. So they were seen as concubines. And sometimes women were just married off to other indentured men that they didn't know. So because of those loopholes, it kind of gave them some sort of leeway. When they finally had enough, they could just pack up their bags and leave to some sort of extent. And then it's also like thinking about this, their capacity to self-make. Because as soon as they boarded that ship, it meant a breaking of caste. There wasn't really a home to return to. They had to make their own home. Which was really striking to me with this idea. And so Indian women were also kind of framed as the culture signifier of Indianness. And so that inspired me to make this installation out of the 3 components: the sari, which I crystallized with sugar, and flower garlands of marigolds that I casted in a sugar glass, and jewelry pieces that are also melting away currently, as you'll see shortly. And the interest, well, it's also because they're iconic signifiers of Indian culture and garment wear, the sari being something that Indian women commonly wear. But what I had done with the bit of the sari, which is called the palu, it gets draped over your shoulder. I crystallized that bit. And it's interesting, once sugar takes over the material, it had such a weightiness, as, you know, when we were trying to install it. Just to think of the weight of this history and these ideas of customs and what, or traditions and what they mean now. And also the value of the jewelry, although yes, they were used for very stereotypical representations. I imagine for some it might have been a heirloom, so it's also valuable. And yeah. And then with the marigold, they're used both for marriage rituals and also funerary rites, where it's kind of a common thing in some Indian households where we'll have portraits of the deceased and a marigold to honor them. Oh, and another thing about the sari is I consciously used the color white because we wear white for funerary rites. So it's, it's like kind of marking their social death, but also their sense of agency as well, which is very complicated and can't be easily put into words. And I quite like that the installation is in flux in thinking about these broader ideas. And the body is also invisible, which I've recently realized I quite like, because in their invisibility, it kind of worked to their value, because they could just create their own new life. If they weren't recorded in the records, they could just, it's kind of like a subversive act that I've been starting to think of.
Thank you. That's really fascinating and also tragic what you're saying about the, specifically what you said about when these women were to get onto the ships, it was a total break with a former life, with a caste identity. And I think that's something that's so mind-boggling when I think about the ocean, and I think especially in South African history, because, you know, the ocean, of course, is a space unto itself, but it's also a bridge, or it's a point of crossing, right? And so you talk about these kind of motifs, however stereotypical of Indian culture, we have to understand that these things literally crossed an ocean. Likewise, I think with the pickles, a lot of these culinary traditions are coming from East and South Asia, right? Sort of, again, sort of culture crossing over human beings, crossing over lives, crossing over, and I think so often in the South African oceanic narrative, these are one-way voyages. You know, entire new worlds are sort of realized on a new continent. And yeah, I'm just truly struck by sort of the ways that you both are able to digest and reimagine these cultural objects, these specific and very tragic histories, into these objects that sort of do this memory work. But I think exactly as you're saying, Zaneka, it's sometimes, and I'm struggling now to articulate it, it's often hard to use words for these things. And I mean, that's why I am so lucky to work in the arts and do curatorial work, because I'm often able to work with artists and work with objects that do a much better job of communicating than the spoken or written word can do. And I come back to that thing again of senti pensante, of like thinking, feeling, you know, and sort of these different modes of articulating. And I know that the academy then often tries to sort of wrap theory and things sort of around these objects, but this is why I'm so excited for people to go into the exhibition, because I think these objects speak so much louder than any verbal mode of communication. And not only do they speak and convey information, but they convey feeling. There's something not only of both of your bodies in there, but I think the bodies and the histories of those that you try to remember with these. And I am having to watch the clock because our opening is coming up very soon. But I wanted to ask if there are any questions from those of you joining us today.
I'm Cyril from the Netherlands, living in Cape Town. I am aware of both your travels recently to the Netherlands, Zeneka being exhibited at the new Phoenix Museum in Rotterdam with the ships, a beautiful museum, by the way, regarding migration, and regarding your visit at the Radboud University, the summer program. I'm Dutch. I've lived here for 20 years, and my question is, you are looking back in history with the sea, water from the east. Now you've been to the north, with also a whole continent and a whole ocean, well, the same ocean actually, but then up north. Looking to the future, do you, with your work exhibited in the Netherlands, what does it make you feel regarding being seen in the work that you do? Does it give relief in some way, or hope?
It is a huge privilege just to have that global exposure. I think the most exciting thing for me is when my artwork is out there, is part of the exhibition making and the feedback that I get with the people and the interactions that's made from there. And kind of, I think also as soon as you take your work outside the studio and to the exhibition space, it takes a whole new meaning as well. So it's always very exciting to think of new possibilities and relations to be made. Sometimes it's tiring about there's just so much more work to do, but it's also exciting at the same time for things to look forward to and things to unravel. Yeah, I'm not sure of hope. I'm not a very hopeful person. I'm a very anxious person. So for me, it's more so those type of feelings. Yeah. I don't know about you, Jody.
So this was my second time in the Netherlands, and the first time was just when the decolonial conversation started, was around 2017, around the Rose Must Fall movement, which had ripple effects in the Netherlands, where people were really challenging attitudes within Dutch culture. And I had a completely different experience this time. So I think that's, one thing to note is that relationships can change, feelings can change. The space that I was in the beginning was very much this reactionary space. And so I went there for a residency, and I had, it's this now opportunity is opening that I was at institutions and doing studio visits every day, each time having to relive and retell my trauma. And what that does to you, it's hectic. It's hectic. And so I didn't have the best experience when I first went there. Going back after living with and, really facing uncertainty, put me in a space of being open in a way that I wasn't initially, where I felt like I was being consumed and othered, where now I was able to, and I mentioned to you when we spoke earlier, connect to the history there of Surinamese people and how connected we are in our stories. And just how beautiful it is to have an experience and share culture. And it really pains me to say that. Like, it coming out of my mouth, I'm like, this is painfully corny. But I think, there is possibility to move past this polarization that we've created, and to find a middle ground where we can connect with each other as people. I don't know if that gives you one definite answer, but I want to embody the hope for you that things can be different. And it depends on, what we bring to it also. We can shift and change the energy.
I stand with you. We see you. We are the vessels and we bow low. And I am extremely honored to share space with you. In the custom, I should have been in front touching your feet, but you know the custom. So I hope you get it. Thank you.
Terima kasih.
I'm really, really intrigued by your guys' sculpture practices, or what I consider to be sculpture and material practices, and kind of this necessity to tell a specific narrative in history. Maybe not sculpture, but it's experimental in nature, where you guys are utilizing this specific material to tell a story, but not specifically only working in maybe said material. You with Sugar, I kind of just did a deep dive on your Instagram about you and this molasses and kind of this mode, I guess this mode and medium. And what I'm also perceiving as these gestures, like what you guys are utilizing these specific materials to form a gesture, the SARChI being white, pickles, culinary practices, but also histories, forced removal, and connecting back. And so I think I have more of a question on how do you incorporate gestures within your practice? Do you think maybe this experimental form that you guys are working with, Sugar and pickles and photography, how you project those practices, I guess within your artistic career?
I resonated with what you were saying earlier about the indentured slaves who kind of also had agency in creating a new world for themselves. This practice of self-making. And it's in those practices and in those rituals that I was able to say I can make sense of the almost a very ordinary tragedy of our lives. It's so ordinary how tragic it all is. And that there's, within that power, and in those rituals, we can reconnect and remember that power. And also, honor the reverence of the presence. That's, yeah. I don't know if that was concrete, but yes.
Yeah, it's quite similar. I think, yeah, maybe my whole practice is just making gestures. And I also find that in the process of the making, it's also very involved, like quite cathartic as well. In channeling like those emotions you didn't know were there. It's like sometimes you take it out in the work, and then like for example with like casting the sugar glass, it's very hot, but I'm also quite intuitive with it, and I quite like, it's kind of like I'm having a conversation with the sugar, and I like that once I've done my own thing, I may not be in entire control of the sugar application, like especially with painting with the molasses. I'll spend hours working in details, and then I'll take a break, and the next day I'm back at it. It just spools and spreads all over. But it's kind of like a conversation that how the molasses has its own agency and its own being in terms of where it decides to seep. And I think it's through that and understanding the material and the process as well. It kind of mimics or speaks to these broader experiences and stories. So I would think of the molasses as like a stain, and constantly thinking of it in other ways as the work ages as well, and finding new meaning in that way. It's part of the whole process.
I just wanted to speak to prayer. When I first made the pickles, I had encoded them with prayers. I draw a lot from my religious upbringing because it was the first time I experienced art in an embodied sense. And so, I work really with intentionality. The gestures are part of this practice of encoding energy and information into the work. And I think that it's a continuous thing to speak to faith and to connect to the previous conversation here of it might not happen in our lifetime, but it connects us to this whole line of presence and being in history.
Thank you so much to all three of you on the panel. It was a big reminder that all theory arrives from experience, and so it's been really beautiful to hear you guys at the end of today's symposium. But I wanted to ask, I guess for the both of you, within your work, the interplay between death and time. And I mean, I'm thinking about how you both engage with the preserving of a particular history, and both in the relation, in the breakdown of sugar, the crystallization of an archive, and Jody with your work within fermenting. In many ways, death is the ingredient. And I'm just thinking about your earlier reprise, Jody, about when you're at the sea at Claremont and your uncle invites you, and you have this feeling of you're everything and you're nothing. And I'm so like interested in the nothing. And so, yeah, just kind of interested in, and also just thinking what we were saying earlier about the thickening of time and the wreckage of history, and yeah, how does that infiltrate your work in a particular way?
I work a lot with the absences, you know, and like you say, we are vessels, and it's the emptiness that makes the vessel. And yeah, my practice is really an energy practice. Sorry, I've lost my train of thought. Oh, we're talking about also dying and time. Yeah, the everything and nothingness is that, yes, there's no definitive truth. And we're in this constant process of reflecting and remembering and shifting and changing that is present in nature. Within capitalism, we want to control everything. We want to know everything. And it's really, for me, in the surrender to everything that is out of my control, everything that I don't know. I'm sitting here, I'm like, what the fuck am I talking about? But can I connect to something higher than myself and be present with that? Yeah, it's all that I hope that I can create a space where people can come in with their own experiences that kind of interacts with the materials, the cells, and that they leave with something different. Yeah. So yes, it's in, for me, creating the space and holding the space. So all about the emptiness.
Yeah, it's also similar. It's like we have very different strategies as well, with the preservation and then the melting away and the crystallization and all of that. But with Seth, your question, it made me think of my garden installation where I've made the sugar pots, which are entirely ephemeral as well. And there were two different type of flower installations I made. One were, I called them the coolie seedlings because they were inspired by stories of indentured laborers bringing seedlings with them. And it was kind of the very first task that they did. The very first batch of indentured laborers, they didn't have housing provided for them. So they walked all the way over to the sugar estates. They made makeshift thatch housing and they planted those seedlings and they made their own little makeshift garden in their makeshift homes. And so I also thought of like that planting or that rooting of that seedling is also quite symbolic of like the Indian community's sense of belonging, especially considering the broader colonial context of how they really wanted to get us out of here. But just that symbolism of that seedling being rooted and that sense of belonging. And I also had this other installation where I made, it was part of my master's show, where I made 164 sugar pots with each marigold seedling. Because the marigold is used for funerary rites, it was also for each year since indenture happened. Last year was the 164th anniversary of indenture's arrival. But the interesting thing about that whole sugar pot and installation is that so it's a pot made entirely of sugar. It's kind of making like a sugar cube where you compress water and sugar into a beach sand consistency, and I could make a pot and I'll plant the seedlings in there. But the interesting thing is the pace with which you have to water the plants in order to keep it alive. I mean, it's amazing that sugar water is actually very nutritious for the seedlings, but once you start to water it, the pot starts to absorb all of the water and kind of starves the seedling. But what I come to realize, especially with dealing with this installation, which is very ephemeral, which I think is the whole point of my practice and something I want to keep going forward somehow, may not be the best for commercial interest, but that's not the whole point of everything. But I've come to realize that, especially with those seedlings, death is inevitable. But the beautiful thing about the marigold seedling, once it blooms anywhere in those, it dies. New seedlings form out of that. And I love that imagery for thinking about the afterlife.
Please, a round of applause for these incredible artists.
Thank you.
And I just want to say thank you so much again for all that you do and for how generously and enthusiastically you've showed up for this exhibition. And maybe as a closing note, also a thank you for kind of holding us in all of the complexity that water offers, you know, the ocean as cause of departure and cause of arrival, as source of life, as source of death, as something one sinks into and one floats up to the top of. And those binaries already are kind of reductive. It's like the tides, exactly, constant, changing, never fixed. I mean, someone used that beautiful phrase earlier, you never step in the same river twice, or you never see the same river twice. And the work of history is so about setting things down, I mean, in concrete, like you said earlier. So I really appreciate it, and I'm so inspired by your watery, wet, and liquidy approaches, not only to the past, but to the present, and also, Jody, I think, like you reminded us, to the future as well, to times beyond our lifetimes. I could chat to you all day. I think more questions could probably come forward. But maybe after titillating and teasing this exhibition all day, it is time very soon to open it. Like now? No? Okay. So I think there are some refreshments outside. And some more people arriving. Maybe I'll just make this announcement in this room, and then again later. UWC has a wonderful gallery space, but it's not huge. So there's some fragile artworks in this exhibition, including, as we know, glass jars and crystallized saris. So we're hoping that the space isn't too full at any one time. So if people would please be so kind as to kind of stagger their entrance into the gallery, that would be much appreciated, not only for myself and the CHR, but I think especially for the artists and their work. So if we could try hover around sort of 20 people in there at a time, that would be great. Maybe if you see someone come out, you can go in. There's only one way in or out. That would just be much, much, much appreciated. And you'll hear from me in a second out there. But thank you so much for your time. And thank you once again, Jody and Zen. This has been really incredible. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. It's so nice to see you all here. We've had such a wonderful program during the day, and to see the support that through your presence this evening, it is really just wonderful and beautiful. So as I said, I'm Carmine Rustin, and I'm in the Women's and Gender Studies Department at the University of the Western Cape. Really a very warm welcome to you all. To the opening of this exhibition, And I, a Newly Evolved Fish, curated by Rory Tsapayi with Lwando Scott and Tamara Sheffer. The exhibition, as you would have heard during the course of today, is hosted by the RE-WIRING Project, the Departments of Women's and Gender Studies, and the Center for Humanities Research, the Iyatsiba Lab. The exhibition is opened on the eve of National Women's Day, and we commemorate and celebrate the 1956 march by 20,000 women to the Union buildings in protest against the extension of past laws to women. We also reflect, and we're here today to reflect on the current state of gender and sexual justice today in South Africa. But we're also here to celebrate, and we're here to celebrate the 30th or the marking of the 30th anniversary of the Women's and Gender Studies Department at the University of the Western Cape. And we'll hear a little bit more, I suppose, during the course of the evening, and we've heard some of it about that during the course of today. But we are very, very happy, and some of the founding scholars in the department are still there. We know that Tammy started in the Women's and Gender Studies department 30 years ago, and Lindsay was there as well. So we have the stalwarts scholars still in the department. But I'd like to invite our Rector and Vice-Chancellor now, Professor Robert Balfour, to the podium to come and open this exhibition. And let me just say that as the Department of Women's and Gender Studies, we really appreciate the support that we've received since your inception as Rector in the beginning of the year. And I think one of the first events that you did was to come to our postgraduate open day. And really there, also showed your support for the department and for the scholarship that we do there. Notably, also, I want to say that Prof. Balfour, if you do not know, is located in the Women's and Gender Studies department. So I suppose we call on, and we make use of our ties to ask you very kindly and generously if you could come and open this exhibition. So we're very honored to have you here as well, Prof. Balfour. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carmine, and thank you to all the colleagues who have been involved in the curation and the setting up of the exhibition as also the event. Just on my way here, my partner gave me a call to ask me where I was. He said, people are waiting for their glass of wine and for you to be here so that they can get to it. So I thought, I better make sure I'm on time today. But not only is it a pleasure to welcome you to UWC for those who are guests of the university, but of course all our colleagues and our students as part of WGS, Women and Gender Studies at the university, and all the amazing support that we've got from Iyatsiba as well as CHR, and really a thrill to be on this site this evening together. I understand it's been a day filled with events and discussions and interactions, and the combination of visual and intellectual and other stimuli must really make you at this part of the evening, I think, very relaxed. You've seen and heard so much about the creative energy in our environment, the political memory, and also the contested nature of the spaces in which we are, the spaces that we occupy. To open this exhibition as part of the Rewiring project, an EU-funded and transnational research collaboration which has involved 5 exhibitions across physical and online spaces, is a privilege for me. I'm really delighted to be here with you. And I want to extend a special word of thanks to Prof. Tammy Sheffer, Prof. Lwando Scott, Prof. Desiree Lewis, and the dedicated teams from Women and Gender Studies, the Iyatsiba Lab, and the project, the Rewiring project, for curating. It's a huge task. I've once or twice in my life had to do that curation task, and it's by no means an easy feat. Allow me to begin from a passage from a novel. One of my favorite writers is Murakami, and In the City and Its Uncertain Walls, Haruki Murakami tells of a young man who loses his girlfriend mysteriously. She disappears, and he searches for her in an imaginary city where her true self might live. His journey leads him to a remote library filled with mysteries, memories. When he finally finds the city and meets her again, she has no memory of her past with him. This imagined city is one where boundaries are never fixed, where memory and reality shift, where searching becomes its own form of meaning. As reality and fantasy blur, he must decide what he is willing to retain and willing to lose. This building we are currently in represents also such a space, and the exhibition asks something similar of us: to hold complexity, to engage with layered memory, and to recognize the lines between what we know, what we imagine, and what we experience. These lines are never rigid. It carries histories of forced removals, artistic resistance, gentrification, and renewal, complex and sometimes opposing forces. It carries histories of ourselves as we move through the spaces, our interactions with the things, with the words that we see and hear. And the artworks speak to us about multiple truths. Some reflect the world as it is, and others imagine what it could be, what it once was, or perhaps never was, but ought to have been. It's in that sense they belong to cities with uncertain walls. I want to talk a little bit about the intersections of gender power and the imagination, because this exhibition, I think, challenges us to consider dominant gender representation and expose the intersecting inequalities of those. It invites us to consider how gender, labor, mobility, and identity are shaped through our engagements with objects and environments and technologies. Themes range from the material realities of gendered experience, such as the ill-fitting clothing that compromises also women's safety, to street art amplifying stories of migration and belonging. It also speaks to the ways resource distribution, environmental change, human and non-human relationships are embedded in gendered power relations and structures. These questions connect to my own work on gender and sexual diversity in higher education, where I've examined how institutional values and cultures, policies and curricula can either reinforce or challenge exclusion. They also speak to an engagement that I've had with the transformative role of queer and feminist scholarship in unsettling entrenched norms, creating spaces that are much more inclusive, more equitable, and more justice-oriented in forms of teaching and learning. At UWC, we know that knowledge does not reside only in the written word or the lecture hall. It's written into our bodies. We are written into the matter that surrounds us. We are part of that matter. We are embodied, visual, poetic, and collective forms. And this exhibition affirms that truth. Here, works engage with water as subject, metaphor, and force, to rethink gender and power and our interdependence with our environments. We're invited, I think, to consider how environmental and social struggles are intertwined. As Hugo notes, oceans hold layered histories, resistances, and possibilities, reminding us that water is not neutral. It shapes and is shaped by human histories and relationships. It reminds me of an occasion where, as a new member of staff at another university, I was talking to a colleague who also happened to be new, and with her was a colleague who had been much longer at the institution. And she said to the two of us, "I hope that your spirits will find a place among us." It was a kind of strange thing to say to an incoming dean at that stage. And then she said to me, she herself was an artist, and she said to me, when the spirit becomes pressured, it becomes liquid, and water will always find a way. And I kept that thought in my mind as time went on. And in thinking about the exhibition tonight, I'm thinking also about the disentanglements of knowledge, where creative and scholarly practices transverse matter, subjectivity, and identity, offering us imaginative spaces, libraries of memory for alternative futures to emerge. Our Department of Women and Gender Studies contributes to advancing this intellectual and creative project. It bridges academic rigor with public relevance, and through its work on ecofeminism, queer theory, hydrofeminism, and decolonial thought, it offers meaningful perspectives for understanding the complexities of our world and our being in it. As Scheffer, Bozilek, and Romano write, hydrofeminist thinking invites us to, and I quote, swim bodily, imaginatively, politically into relational flows, end quote, that connect humans, non-humans, and the planet. What we see tonight through the exhibition, the collaborations that underpin it, and our communities around it and in it, are gathered to reflect a spirit of reimagining transdisciplinary collaboration for transformative practice. And I've explored that in my own work. And I think in the times in which we live, where the trance is being disappeared willfully, politically, from so much of the discourse, we should also willfully reaffirm its commitment to what makes us significant as scholars in the humanities and the creative arts. In that work, I have argued for approaches that cross the boundaries of disciplines, and I know my colleagues like Prof. Lalu and others in our audience have similarly argued for this, from diverse forms of expertise, from diverse disciplines, and to create partnerships between the academic, the artistic, and the community in our environments. I think this is so important for postgraduate education, particularly where the opportunities to do truly transdisciplinary work are few in our environment and are not formally recognized in our funding formulas as a nation through our DHET funding arrangements and so on. And so the move by the NRF more recently to recognize the power of collaborative, transdisciplinary and the interdisciplinary work is, I think, a right move. It's timely. We need, for the complexities of our 21st century spaces, to have a better way of solving the problems that we have among us. In drawing to conclusion on the topic of fluidity, change, and responsibility, the title of this exhibition, "And I, a Newly Evolved Fish," speaks to that transformative impulse. It asks us what has changed in the water we depend on, and what we have done to change that water through our actions, our systems, and quite often our neglect of it. The artworks invite us to see water as an active presence, presenting fluidity as a metaphor for identity and a condition for ethical life. As hydrofeminist thinking argues, and I quote again, "We are all bodies of water, and yet we are not all equally positioned within that we." As a public university, UWC cannot stand apart from the conditions in which it is embedded. We never have done. Whether environmental degradation or through gender-based violence or systemic inequality which has characterized our past, we are called to study these multiple and ongoing crises and to respond to them. And if we learned anything from COVID, it was the wake-up of how unnatural the crises we have come to regard as natural in our unequal societies are, how unnatural those arrangements are, and how we have to teach and learn our ways out of those unnatural, contrived inequalities with imagination, with humility, and solidarity. And so this exhibition, its collaborators and its audience, is one example of such. In closing, let me return to Murakami's Uncertain City, the place of the dream libraries, the shifting memories, and the blurred realities. At its heart, it is a place of longing, where the act of searching, as I said, becomes its own kind of meaning. This exhibition, too, is that place. It invites us to look and search not for final answers, but for understanding, for relationship and possibility. As we open the exhibition, let's honor that invitation this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Balfour, for opening the exhibition so beautifully, and also for connecting all the points that came out in the morning. Although you weren't there, it is as if you were there. And we see that coming out in your address. So thank you very much for your words. I think that this also sets the stage for our next artist who doesn't need any introduction at all, Koleka Putuma, who we will ask to come and read from her poem, Water. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me to come and share this poem that has lived many lives. The memory of going to the beach every New Year's Eve is one I share with cousins and most people raised black. How the elders would forbid us from going in too deep, to giggle, to splash in our black tights and ShopRite plastic bags wrapped around our new weaves, forbid us from riding the wave for fear that we would be a mass of blackness swept by the tide and never to return like litter. The elders forbid us as if the ocean has food poisoning. I often wonder why I feel as if I am drowning every time I look out into the sea, this and feeling incredibly small. And I often hear this joke about Black people being scared of water or not being able to swim. We are mocked, and we have often mocked ourselves for wiping our faces the way that we do when we come out of water. Compare it to how they do it all Baywatch-like, and how we are so ratchet-like with our postures and kink. Yet, every time our skin goes under, it's as if the reeds remember that they were once chains, and the water, restless, wishes it could spew all the slaves and ships onto shore, whole as they had boarded, sailed, and sunk. Our tears are what have turned the ocean salty. This is why our irises burn every time we go under. Every December 16th, December 26th, December 31st, January 1st, our skin stirs the sea. They mock us for not being able to willingly throw ourselves into something instrumental in trying to execute our extinction. For you, the ocean is for surfboards, boats, tans, and all the cool stuff you do under there in your bathing suits and goggles. But we have come to be baptized here. We have come to stir the other world here. We have come to connect our living to the dead here. We have come to cleanse ourselves here. Our respect for water is what you have termed fear. The audacity to trade and murder us over water, then mock us for being scared of it. The audacity to arrive by water and invade us. If this land was really yours, then resurrect the bones of the colonizers and use them as a compass, then quit using Black bodies as tour guides or the site for your authentic African experience. Are we not tired of dancing for you, gyrating and singing on cue? Are we not tired of gathering as a mass of Blackness to atone for just being here? To beg God to save us from wars we never started, to march for a cause caused by the intolerance for our existence. We raise our hands so we do not get shot. We raise our hands in church to pray for protection, and we still get shot there too with our hands raised. Invasion comes naturally for your people. So you have come to rob us of our places of worship, too. You have come to murder us in prisons, too. That is not new either. Too many people out here acting God, too many white people out here doing the work of God. And this God of theirs has my tummy in knots. This blue-eyed and blonde-haired Jesus of my Sunday school has us bowing to a white and patriarchal heaven, bowing to a Christ, his son, and 12 disciples who, for all we know, could have been queer. The Holy Trinity, some weird, twisted, delicious love triangle, and the Holy Ghost transgender. but we choose to understand the scriptures that suit our agenda. We have taken the liberty to colonize the concept of God, gave God a gender, a skin color, and a name in a language we had to twist our mouths around. Blasphemy is wrapping slavery in the gospel and calling it freedom. Blasphemy is witnessing the oppressed use the same gospel to enslave each other. We were written in books that did not tell the truth about us, for us, on behalf of us. And if you really had to write our stories, then you ought to have done it in our mother's tongues, the ones you cut off when you fed them a new language. How to speak when another one who looks like me died today. What to speak when another one who looks like me was murdered today. May that be the conversation at the dinner table, and we can all thereafter wash this bitter meal with amnesia and go for a swim after that, just for fun. Just for fun.
Thank you very much, Kuleka. I think we are all moved by your rendition and your reading of your work. And I think it speaks to really how the day has gone. It follows so well from the discussion with the artists earlier and us walking to the art shortly. So thank you very much. I'm certainly very moved by your words. Thank you. I'll call on Lwando and Tammy to just say a few words. Lwando, as you all know, has been the key researcher in the Rewiring project and has played a key role and a lead role in this exhibition. Lwando also has a very special relationship with the WGS. Sorry, CHR. But we have a very close relationship with Lwando, who teaches on many of our courses and has done so for many years. We heard about Lwando's work in this morning, so I won't repeat it, but I'd like to invite Lwando to just come and speak and a little bit more about the exhibition and the works.
Actually, we have decided we're not going to do that because we've been doing a lot of speaking today. And we're just going to do thank yous, and then we're going to call up on Rory, actually not to do anything, but we'll start opening the exhibition. I think, we are in the academy and we speak a lot, and I think people have been fed enough, right? We have lots of things to say, but I don't think it's necessary. I think we should go to the exhibition. But before we can do that, we would love to say thank yous. I think that's much more important than anything else. I'm going to do outside and you can do inside. Right. So, Tammy, we're trying to get to an exhibition. So, as you can imagine, as many people have mentioned here, to put something like this together takes a lot of hands, lots of minds. And I just want to thank everybody who contributed today. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much for your presence. It just wouldn't be the same without all of you. And your energy has been incredible and amazing today. Thank you to our newly elected Dean, Professor Fiona Mola, for hosting the opening session. Thank you to Professor Desiree Lewis. Thank you to Professor Linda Senden, who came all the way from the Netherlands, Utrecht. Thank you, Professor Premesh Lalu from the Center for Humanities Research. Thank you very much to Professor Hugo Canham, who traveled also all the way up from Johannesburg to be with us today. Thank you to Professor Patricia Hayes. Thank you to Professor Nomusa Makhubu. Really, really appreciate you being here today. thank you to Zaneka as well, and thank you to Jody as well. And thank you to the VC for coming out all the way from Belleville, I think you were. Thank you so much for your presence, Professor Balfour. Thank you, Koleka, for your poetry reading. You have just rounded off so beautifully and so charged an incredible day of thinking and engaging, and you've left us with further food for thought. And thank you once again, everybody. It's been real.
Stay, Esther. Come on. So, the inner circle. There are so many people behind the scenes who made this possible, and I want to thank the CHR for hosting in this beautiful space, and Lemise in particular for always being there, knowing how to problem solve. I don't know if Lemise is around, but we all know she needs thanking always. But then, in terms of people who have worked so hard, Janine, where is Janine? Janine Hannibal is our administrator. She was today sitting the whole day doing POs, purchase orders. It's been weeks, and she's we don't even know what we do without her in the rewiring project. I've also worked with her on other research projects. We've worked with her in our department. And Janine is a scholar herself. She's got a PhD and is publishing. But she's just the most amazing financial organizer. And we just would never, this would not have happened without Janine being there. Seth Deacon is our designer. Where is Seth? Seth is outside. It was such, thank you, Bali, for bringing Seth to us. It's been, you will see our catalogue and all of the posters, and it's just been really special to work with somebody who got our project. And was tireless. I mean, middle of the night. And yeah, but anyway, getting to the team. The team. It's been, my heart is so full that I need to share how incredible this swimming with Lwando and with Rory has been. We have swum together, we've battled through waves, we've sometimes sunk, we've bobbed up. But it's been, I think Rory spoke very beautifully earlier on about the process and a little bit about the exhibition. Rory would have spoken as well, and Lwando would have spoken more, but we're cutting it short. But it's just been such a privilege to work with the two of you and to have this become something that it is. So I just want to thank you and to say that we feel that what we have created is so very important. I think today's dialogue was so profound in a way. I mean, it's nothing new, but reiterated and strengthened and expanded. And I think it's time to go and see the exhibition. Thank you to everybody, and thank you, Carmen, for also holding tonight, and thank you to you all for being here. We love you.
Just before we head in, I also have a specific list of thank yous. Curatorial work does not happen alone. It is always collaborative, and it's the work of many, many hands. And some of these people are here tonight, but I would like to specifically thank everybody who played a hand in the production of this exhibition, getting everything on the walls, on the ceiling, into the floor, into the room. It's truly miraculous that this came together. And so I would like to thank in no particular order, Lebalo, Gary, Angus, Mike, Mohammed, Manu, Tinashe, Simone, Moritz, Mariki, and the team at Blank Projects, especially Ruby Barry, team at Stevenson, especially Sinazo and Anele, and the team at ORMS, especially Kate and Lizanne. And of course, exhibitions don't happen without artists, and so I would like to ask for an immense round of applause for our artists who are here today, those who have also left us. But a huge thank you to Jody Brand, Sherry Hugo, Bronwyn Katz, Neo Matloga, Sabelo Mlangeni, Michaelia Peterson, Bernie Seal, Zeneka Singh, Chris Saul, Shakil Solanki, and to the dearly departed, QP, Daniel Khomo Marilong, and Andrew Verster. And a very special shout out to Zeneca and Chris, who not only have shared their incredible work with me and with everybody for this exhibition, but have been absolutely instrumental in the installation not only of their pieces, but also in the wider production realization of this show. So thank you to everybody involved. And I promise, I'm about to open this gallery. I would just like to flag that the gallery space is not massive, and I'm so overwhelmed and blessed to see so many faces in front of me right now. So what we would like to do, I think, for respect for the artists and their works and just sort of keeping everything safe and sound and in place, if we could try keep like a 20 to 25 person cap on people in the gallery at any one time. No need to kind of police people, but if you sort of see someone come out, I think that can be your invitation to go in. I would really appreciate it if the space does not get too crowded. And please, no food or drinks in there either. And please don't touch anything except for with your eyes. There's a lot of textural intrigue in the show, so I totally understand the temptation. But please respect the works and the people that made them. I trust you all, fine, cultured academic folks. So thank you so much for coming this evening. And without further ado, let's see and eye a newly evolved fish.